Buenos días a todas las delegaciones.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of our session. And I'd like to begin by thanking the Republic of Korea for your reception yesterday evening. It was a lovely time for us to be able to have a chat. And I now intend to continue with our consideration of item 3, where we left off yesterday at the end of the day. And the speakers list should be popping up shortly, but I'd like to firstly take those who've asked for the floor, that is the delegation of Bangladesh, followed by Italy. So, Bangladesh, would you like to request the floor?
Ruego disculpas y...
Apologies. Conference division staff are just trying to recover the functionality. They're just trying to get the system up and running again.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity that you have provided me and my team for speaking here in 133rd IMO meeting at the world body that we are in. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum. It's great honor for me to bring 133rd session of the IMO Council and the greetings from the interim government of Bangladesh headed by globally acclaimed Nobel laureate Dr. Muhammad Yunus, who took charge of Bangladesh following a student-led bloody mass uprising last August in their quest for equality, justice, a discrimination-free Bangladesh, and establishment of a liberal democratic system. My delegation and I commend your skillful stewardship to this Council and the very dynamic leadership of Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez. I join with others in expressing our sympathies to the people and the countries affected by the recent floods cyclone, and climate disaster. That includes Spain. Mr. Chair, allow me first to deliver a good news to this Council that Bangladesh has finalized all arrangements for welcoming 10 marine cadets from small island development states and the LDCs from Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific into our world-class Marine Academy under our International Marine Academy Scholarship Policy 2024, fulfilling the pledge to champion North-South cooperation, South-South cooperation at the IMO. And we have hoped that engage with IMO Secretariat to circulate these scholarships for 2025 session as well. And let me also add, Excellency, that I intend to include among these 10, 5 women cadets if they are available. As a responsible member of the Council, Bangladesh reaffirms its firm commitment towards realizing IMO's mission, vision, and strategic directions toward the advancing safety, security, and environmental sustainability of the global maritime industry and supply chains. Mr. Chair, we fondly recollect the very inspiring visit of Secretary General Mr. Arsenio Dominguez to Bangladesh last May, during which we were delighted to share with him our nation's first transforming maritime and blue economy landscape. These include Bangladesh's first deep-sea port and the regional maritime hub at Matarbari, which is becoming one of the big hub in that region, and our green fuel LNG FSRU at Moheshkhali. Our state-of-art Bay Container Terminal in Chittagong and its green energy hub, our first single-buoy mooring operations, our world-class Marine Academy Seafarers, where we champion women in maritime, and the most importantly, Secretary General's pledge to support our transition to environmentally sound ship recycling under Hong Kong Convention with IMO's SENSREC project. All have energized our maritime and shipping industry stakeholders, but also for making gender equality, diversity, inclusivity, and multilingualism and the LDCs and SIDs and small states' maritime capacity needs the hallmark of his tenure and at the center of the IMO Business Plan 2024-25. Mr. Chair, Bangladesh wishes also to reaffirm its electoral pledge to this Council to voice the interest, concerns of the LDCs, SIDs, and small states, as well as the Global South, especially the urgent need of addressing our capacity gaps, challenges in attracting greater investments and financing into the infrastructure building and the affordable technology transfer for our just transition to alternate the green fuel, shipping and shipbuilding, ship recycling, without which our pledges and aspirations to implement the IMO GHG reduction strategy will remain a far cry in an area of global conflicts and financial hardship. In this context, I assure this Council that interim government is determined to realize whole-of-government approach towards the National Green Maritime Strategy for Bangladesh, from green shipbuilding and port building to cleaner ship recycling. Before I conclude, let me highlight a little of a point to you, Excellency. As a significant seafarer supplying nation, Bangladesh calls on IMO to intensify efforts to reduce the challenges faced by the seafarers, including the delays in visa issuance, under prosecutions, harassment. Protecting the rights and welfare of the seafarers must remain a priority, as they are the backbone of the global trade. Mr. Chair, may I conclude by registering Bangladesh's concerns on the persistent threats and attack on the maritime ships of the Red Sea, posing several risks to freedom of navigation. It's a threat to the sea lane, and we advocate for a peaceful resolution of the problem. We remain profoundly thankful to Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez for his highly commendable awareness campaigns not only against the hostage-taking of innocent seafarers in Red Sea and piracy attacks on international shipping in Somali coast and the Gulf of Aden, but also for the recent visits and sustained engagements with the Red Sea coastal states, briefings to the UN Security Council. As you know, sir, two of our ships were hijacked in Somali coast. Chair, Bangladesh believes that to overcome such a crisis, we need political goodwill for the peacefully negotiated settlement, not only in the interest of safe, inclusive, and sustainable international shipping, but also for the greater good of humanity. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ministro.
Thank you, Minister. We turn now to the delegation of Italy.
Bonjour. Merci, Monsieur.
Good morning and thank you, sir. Allow me to begin by extending or offering our support to the Spanish population and also thanking the Republic of Korea for the reception yesterday on the 160th anniversary of the Coast Guard, the most important forum in the European and regional global levels will be held at Rome. This will be a precious opportunity for us to discuss international trends and future prospects. With regard to the forum on the European Coast Guard, 4 events will take place in 2025 in order to pave the way for the plenary, which is to be held in Rome on the 9th of September 2025. With regard to the forum on the role of the Mediterranean Coast Guard, the plenary will be held in Rome on the 10th of September of 2025. The Coast Guard Global Summit, normally held and organized in Japan by the Nippon Foundation, it's to be held also for the first time in Rome. In 2025, there will be 3 activities in the run-up to the plenary, which will be taking place on the 11th and 12th of September 2025. We'd like to ask you to make a note of the dates. Invitations will be being sent out to all maritime authorities which serve as coast guards. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Italy. Could I ask you to bear with us for a few minutes while we restore the request to speak system to the podium? Could you just wait a couple of minutes? The conference division is currently doing its best.
Nos informan desde la división de
Conference division tells us that the request to speak system can only be restored after the coffee break, so we'll go back to our old habits. In other words, you'll need to raise your flags. Well, I'm sure you were all missing it anyway. You know, we tend to be creatures of habit, us human beings, so I understand that. Anyway, we'll take note of requests to speak and work our way through the list. And we'll kick off with China, the delegation of China, followed by Japan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to return to the old practice. We'd like to thank the delegation of the Republic of Korea for sponsoring the reception last night. Regarding remote voting, this delegation wishes to echo the views expressed by the delegations of Brazil and Singapore. One of our key points of consensus is that remote participation should be positioned as a supplement to in-person participation. We're of the view that, guided by such principle, remote voting should be designed as an exception with clearly defined specific circumstances. In addition, related issues such as whether voting rights should be restricted to representatives or alternates authorized by their credentials, and how to ensure proper oversight should be considered simultaneously. At the same time, we believe that the methods of work should also be amended to specify the process of remote voting, as well as guaranteeing the cybersecurity and connectivity. As for secret ballots, we believe that it should always be conducted in person under any circumstances. On the matter of the physical presence of the chair and the vice chair of the council, we believe that the chair and the vice chairs of the council, as well as the working groups, should be present physically. And we are more preferable to include those into the methods of work, because it not only affects the plenary, but also the work in the working group. We are of the view that such details are more appropriate to be addressed in the methods of work. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you to the delegation of China. The delegation of Japan, followed by India.
Thank you, Chair. Likewise, we are also happy to see my crowd physically up. And we would like to thank the delegation of Republic of Korea for hosting a great reception last evening. On the matter on hand, firstly, with regard to in-person presence of the chair, as proposed by document C-13351, we generally support the view expressed in this document. At the same time, we also note that in practice, there are several existing cases that working group being conducted in full remote mode after the end of business hour as an exceptional case. We understand that this should not be the standard nor status quo, but in practice, in some committees or subcommittees, given particularly important and pressing matters, it is often decided to extend the working hours using full remote facility. We are not arguing whether this matter is correct or not, but we'd like to highlight that in some cases, committee should be allowed to have this kind of flexibility. So if we are to go with the proposal raised by this document C-13351, we wish to allow some degree of flexibility by the committees in particular and or council in particular at the working level. And Chair, I would like to follow your instruction. May we continue on remote and proxy voting, or will you give the floor later?
El voto por poder lo consideraremos.
Voting by proxy is something we'll come on to in due course.
Thank you very much. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Japón.
Thank you, Japan. The delegation of India, followed by Panama.
Thank you, Chair. Good day to all. We would start off by thanking Republic of Korea for the wonderful reception last evening. Coming to the matter at hand, Chair, this delegation is of the view that on hybrid facilities, Rule 3 as stated in Annex 2 to the document C133/3/1 captures the same adequately and would support moving that forward. On the issue of remote voting, the definition of member present, in our opinion, the definition needs to be taken up basis the decision of remote voting. Further, with respect to remote voting, Indian delegation would submit that remote voting can only be accepted when risks related to verifications of credentials of person representing a member country and information security is fully ensured. Further, there are limitations to remote voting. Remote attendance, especially time difference and communication issues both at IMO front as well as at the end of member state, which we have sometimes seen in the hybrid facilities be taken into account for flexibility and ease of ensuring the voting, but not at the expense of diluting either the transparency or the effectiveness and adherence to time of the voting process. Further, on the issue of secret ballot, if to be extended to remote participants, then it must ensure an equivalent secrecy to the ballot as in a physical mode, and only then may be deliberated upon with sufficient trials ensuring the same. Therefore, in our view, amendment to Rule 35 covering secret ballot should only at this stage specify it is in person unless such a system of participation by the member state is developed, tested, and accordingly proposed. Further, Chair, we support amendment to Rule 36 for scrutinious to be in person. Regarding quorum under Rule 39, we also support the amendment as proposed in Annex 2 to document C133/3/1. However, this delegation suggests the addition of word also after the words hybrid system shall to remove any ambiguity. Finally, Chair, on Rule 21, proposed in Annex 2 to document C133/3/1 would in principle be fine with insertion. However, this delegation suggests that the words to the extent possible may be replaced by the words except in exceptional circumstances. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a India.
Thank you, India. Panama, followed by the United States. Thank you, Chair. Good day to all those of you here present, ministers, ambassadors, observers, delegates. And good afternoon, good evening to those of you following us remotely. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank the delegation of Malaysia for their coffee and sweets yesterday, to Peru for a tremendous lunch and ceviche, and the Republic of Korea for the reception yesterday. Thank you all. As to the proposal to amend Article 3 as set out in 13331, the Secretary General in 1333 and the UAE document, we support the proposed amendment to Article 3 proposed by the UAE in paragraph 6 of their document, because it makes clear in the rules of procedure that hybrid mode is a complement to in-person meetings, and council meetings should be held in person. Chair, Panama has always supported and will continue to support the hybrid capability as a complement so that we can include delegates who may for some reason be unable to attend in person at IMO HQ. And therefore, with regard to Article 31B, we welcome the formal inclusion of members who attend or participate in hybrid format as members present. With regard to the amendments which are set out in C13331 and 13333. However, we believe that we should not be voting, including show of hands and roll call votes, other than by in person. Therefore, we don't agree with the amendments to Article 32 as set out in C13331. Despite this, if Council's wish is to approve voting by show of hands and roll call remotely, we think that we should give consideration to a separate system with an electronic voting system just for those who are unable to attend at IMO HQ with good reason or justification. Finally, with regard to the proposal to request in-person attendance by the chair and vice chair, Panama supports the proposal to include Article 21 bis in the rules of procedure of the Council, as we see in document C133/3/1. So that chair and vice chair of Council and its working groups or other bodies should be present in person throughout the session to the extent possible, which will assist with discussions and ensure more effective communication between members of the group, the chair and the secretariat. Thank you very much, sir.
Gracias a Panamá.
Thank you, Panama. United States, followed by the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, good day to all distinguished delegates. And like others, we certainly thank the Republic of Korea for the reception last night. It was very lovely, and it's always good to have a reception on the first day of the IMO meeting. To the matter at hand, Chair, with regard to hybrid meetings, this delegation supports the proposals made in Annex 2 of Document 13331, amendments to Rules 3, 31, 32, 36, 39, and 21 bis. Should be no surprise, as noted, these proposals come from C132, 17.2, of which we are a co-sponsor. In particular, I call your attention to proposed Rule 31, which addresses members present, as well as proposed Rule 21 bis, which addresses the in-person presence of the chair, the vice chair, and the chair of the working groups. With regard to document 133.3.3, we do not support the proposed change to Rule 3. We prefer that, as noted in Annex 2 of 133.3.1, which we believe is more consistent with what we agreed to at C132. We also do not support the proposal to Rule 31 because, in our view, as shown in the annex to this document, the amendments to Rule 31A would prevent those using the hybrid system to vote during a roll call voting. With regard to document 133.3/5, as well as 133.3/6, which concerns members present, we notice the discussion in the paragraphs of those papers we support because it is consistent with our proposal in 133.3.1 Annex 2 regarding Rule 31. Chair, with regard to document 133.15.1, paragraphs 5 and 6, which concerns the presence of the chair, vice chair, and chairs of the working groups, we support this because, again, it is consistent with our proposal in 21 bis in Annex 2 of 133.3.1. And as shown in our proposal, our view is that the provisions regarding members present and the presence of the chair, vice chair, and chairs of the working groups should be included in the rules of procedure rather than the method of work. These are important provisions that are integral to in-person meetings with hybrid capability. And as we are instilling the issue of having a hybrid meeting, we think it does need to be included in the rules of procedure. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Estados Unidos. País.
Thank you. Netherlands to be followed by Norway.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, this delegation would also like to thank the Republic of Korea for the lovely reception yesterday. As regards today's discussion, this delegation would like to express its sincere appreciation to the submitters of the documents at hand. As a co-sponsor of document C-132-17/2 of Council's last session, this delegation would like to express its support for the possibility of remote voting for properly accredited members when participating by the hybrid system. This can be done by show of hands and when a roll call vote was requested. As said by others yesterday and stated in document C-133-3/5 from Brazil and others, we already practiced this at C-129. We support therefore the proposed changes from Annex 2 of document C-133/3/1. In our view, this possibility makes the processes of IMO more inclusive and more suitable for these modern times. And as regards members present and voting, this delegation would like to support the view that when talking about members present, not only members present in person should be counted, but also those participating remotely. Especially if remote participants are allowed to vote, they will also have to be accounted for quorum purposes. The original Rule 31 does state that members present mean whether they cast an affirmative or negative vote, whether they abstain, whether they cast an invalid vote, or whether they take no part in the voting, meaning all member states who are in the position to vote. And since times have changed and we have practiced remote voting, this rule needs to be amended accordingly. As regards the presence of the chair, vice chair and chair of the working group, we support them to be present in person to the extent possible. In our opinion, the experience of COVID showed that this is the most efficient way of chairing a meeting when possible. We are flexible where to put this, for instance, in the method of work of Council as proposed by the UAE. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a los países.
Thank you, Netherlands. Norway to be followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning and good afternoon to all delegates. We would also like to align ourselves with previous speakers and extend our deepest appreciation to the Republic of Korea for a wonderful reception last night. Chair, we can be brief. Norway, as co-sponsor to the document 132-70/2, does support the proposal therein as presented in Annex 2 of 133/3/1. We would especially like to underline our support to the proposal that a member state present online may be allowed to vote remotely unless a secret ballot is to be used. This delegation also agree with the principle of personal presence of chairs and vice chairs, and we prefer this to be added to the rule of procedure as put forward in the proposed text in Rule 21 bis. We believe that the proposed text, by adding to the extent possible, recognizes that there might be exceptional circumstances where they cannot attend in person. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Norway. Mexico to be followed by Italy.
¿Qué tal? Buenos días, presidente.
Good morning, Chair. We would come back due to a change in topic. Thank you, Mexico. Italy followed by Turkey. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all distinguished delegates. As co-sponsor of the document C-133/3/5, and for the sake of brevity, we would like to echo the statement made by Brazil and others, because we raised some concern regarding potential connectivity issues and cyber security risks that could happen during voting. We think that the proposal we are co-sponsoring will also help mitigating some of these risks and safeguard in general more transparent standards. We therefore support the proposal as outlined in paragraph 23 of the document C133/3/5 on the presence of the chair or vice chair in person. We would prefer the need for at least either the chair or vice chair to be present in person, but we can be flexible on this topic. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Italy. Delegation of Turkey, followed by Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good days to all distinguished delegates. I would like to thank Republic of Korea for hosting the reception last night. The first issue I would like to speak is the chair and vice chairs of the council. The chair and the vice chair of the council and chair of any working group or drafting group must be present in person during the meetings of the council, but there could be some exceptional circumstances and we can accept it. We agree with United Arab Emirates and previous delegations that main modality for meetings should be in person. The additional hybrid option, which allows for virtual participation, should be a complementary feature and should not result in any modification, particularly reduction of scheduled meeting hours. Main modality should remain in person meetings held at IMO headquarters with hybrid capabilities serving as a secondary option for remote participation. With regards to the form of voting, in principle, we have no objection to the application of remote voting for roll call or raise of hand methods. However, Rules 31 and 32 of the Council's Rules and Procedure concerning remote voting procedures should be updated, including the definition of the member present. Member present for show of hand and roll call vote, a member of the Council would be considered present if they are either physically present in the main hall or are registered and participating remotely online using the hybrid system. However, we should consider technical difficulties or problems, including cybersecurity, during the voting. If a member state cannot cast their vote, how will we solve the problem? We should answer that question. In addition, identification and verification of the remote participants should be considered carefully. Moreover, any alternative forms of voting, such as online voting system, postal voting, or hybrid solutions that combine in-person voting with online or postal voting, as well as proxy voting, shall not be permitted for secret ballot voting. Meetings are fundamentally in-person events, enhanced with hybrid features, support remote attendance, but not to replace the core in-person format. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Turkey. Egypt, followed by Liberia.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank the Republic of Korea for yesterday's reception. Mr. Chair, the delegation of Egypt would like, at the beginning, to thank everyone who submitted documents or proposals under this item to consider ways of enhancing hybrid participation meetings, including the ideas and proposals regarding the amendment of the rules of procedure. Also, the explanations of some relevant rules regarding voting. Should we apply updated rules regarding virtual voting? In this context, Egypt looks forward to consideration of these proposals in depth and during the forthcoming discussions of the working groups on the rules of procedure of the Council. We also draw the attention of the meeting to the need to, for the working group to discuss relevant issues in detail and from all aspects, taking into account the three following considerations. First, we need to make sure that the rules of procedure would be amended in a way that would be consistent with the relevant rules in the Convention of the Organization, especially Rules 62. Secondly, we must consider the proposals for amendments to the rules of procedure, taking into account all the legal aspects related to this issue. Thirdly, we have to take into account the practical considerations when we discuss the virtual voting. When we agree on the amendments of voting methods, we have to consider the sustainability and of these methods in order to improve the voting method and to make sure that there will be no challenges of the voting results in future. Additionally, they must include the necessary flexibility as mentioned by Singapore previously. Mr. Chair, Egypt agrees with the co-sponsors of document C13335 as far as voting should reflect the principle of one vote, one member, one vote. Therefore, we do not support the voting by proxy in cases of secret ballots. We also agree with the view of member states regarding the in-person participation of the chairman and the vice chairman in meetings. In conclusion, the delegation of Egypt thinks that it is important to take gradual steps to build on the previous measures and to use hybrid methods of participation in all meetings of the organization. And we also express our flexibility regarding the discussion of methods to achieve that in a manner that will enhance participation, which will be supported by new technologies of hybrid capabilities. At the same time, we should ensure the security of the voting process and its practical application, taking into account security considerations and legal scenarios and aspects which could be raised in future if virtual voting is applied. Also, we could consult the legal committee if the Council sees a need for that. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Egipto.
Thank you, Egypt. Liberia, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Liberia want to join others in thanking the Republic of Korea for the reception last evening. Mr. Chair, Liberia thanks the co-sponsors of document C133/3/5. Liberia can support the proposal, recognizing that this takes away any ambiguity which may arise because a member state is present both in person and remotely, which means remote active participant. It is important to note, though, that this may have implications for other voting schemes and the possible voting for the adoption of MAPO Annex 6 in the autumn of 2025. This may set an important precedent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Liberia.
Thank you, Liberia. Republic of Korea, to be followed by the Bahamas.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning and good day. The Republic of Korea expresses its thanks to the submitters for presenting diverse perspectives on the amendment to the rules of procedure of the Council, in particular Rule 31, 32, and 39. To be brief, we are in the position that member states participating by the hybrid meeting system should also be considered as members present and allowed to vote according to the Rule of 32. Regarding the document C-13351, we are in favor in-person presence of the chair and vice chairs. We are open to apply this option to the rules of procedure or method of work of the Council. We expect detailed deliberations will be discussed, especially for issues related with the technical functioning of hybrid method and credentials at the working group if established. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Bahamas.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to all distinguished delegates. We first of all wish to thank the Republic of Korea for a wonderful reception last evening, and also like to thank the Brits for giving us the first snowfall in London of the season. Chair, we wish to thank all submitters on this agenda item on remote participation in meetings, including aspects of voting. Now, let me take you back a little. Remember that it was during the pandemic that we cut our teeth on remote participation. It is like being drunk. You're either drunk or you're not. We either accept what comes along with the hybrid system, which is a supplement to in-person, or we don't. What we're looking at now is to be able to improve upon the lessons that was learned over the past years. But anytime the word voting is mentioned, we tend to get a little hyper. But it comes with caveat. Our method of operating here in this organization is first and foremost in person. And then we supplement as circumstances calls for and is allowed. So there's no need to panic. We're going to send these documents to the working group, and they're going to look at all aspects of it, and we take those portions that will be of benefit to all of us, including those delegations that are not able to be here in person. And I wish to point out one perhaps very important thing that is on our mind, but nobody is yet saying it. and that is that elections of member state to the IMO Council will be conducted in person. And there's no remote voting when it comes to that. So let's put that on one side and then look and see how we can improve upon the hybrid process that is complementary to the conduct of our meetings. And so as we send these to the working group, they will all know what it is that is important to the organizations and come back with a report, and we will examine it. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Bahamas.
Tengo una...
So I have a long list of requests for the floor. Bearing in mind we also need to consider proxy voting and establish the working group. If you'll allow me, I would like to try and propose a summation on the base of what we've heard so far, which might be able to be acceptable to Council. Firstly, I would propose that the Council notes the information in document C13333, C13335, C13336, and the relevant part of C13315.1. Secondly, I propose that the Council agrees to amend the relevant rules to enable the use of hybrid capabilities, including those relating to remote voting and the definition of member present. Thirdly, I propose that the Council agrees that the chairs and vice chairs should be present in person, except under exceptional circumstances, for example, such as those occurring during the pandemic, with a view above all to avoid having to change the rules of procedure. And accordingly instructs the working group to consider whether the inclusion of in-person presence of the chair and vice chair should be added to the rules of procedure as a specific provision, or whether it be included in the methods and organisation of the work of Council. I think the Council is leaning towards including this in the rules of procedure, but we have also heard opinions suggesting that it be included in the organisation and method of work of the Council. So the working group can consider that in more detail. Fourthly and finally, Council agrees to refer the relevant proposals contained in Annex 2 to Document C13331 and in Documents C13333, C13335 and C13336 to the working group once established for detailed consideration. I hope you've been able to take note of the proposed summary, and if you agree, I would be grateful if you could withdraw your request for the floor.
Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. At the outset, the delegation of the UAE would like to thank the Republic of Korea for last night's reception. Mr. Chair, we fully agree with your summary, but we have one simple remark on paragraph 4 of your summary regarding the addition of the part related to document C133/15/1. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Shukran.
Relevante del documento C133/15/1 como documento que también sea remitido y considerado por el grupo de trabajo. Agradezco el entendimiento y la comprensión del...
Sorry. Apologies, the interpretation is back. As I was saying, I did not include the reference to C13315.1 as suggested by the United Arab Emirates. So that would also be referred to the working group. And I was also saying that I'm grateful for your cooperation to help us move forward. So we turn to the final part of item 3 relating to voting by proxy. And for that discussion, we will now consider Annex 2 to document C13331 and documents C13333, C13335 and C13336 insofar as they relate to the question of voting by proxy. The Council needs to consider whether, as you know, whether voting by proxy should be introduced. And I would now invite you to take the floor on that question.
Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
The United Arab Emirates, followed by Turkey.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نود أن نشكر جميع من تقدم ب.
Thank you, Chair. And we'd like to thank everyone who has made proposals under this item on voting by proxy. We've got an initial comment with regard to C133/3/5 on voting by proxy and the proposed amendments to Rules 30 and 35. Our delegation supports the analysis in the document related to proxy voting procedures which should not be allowed. However, this delegation does not see the need to specify under Rules 30 and 35 that such voting is not allowed. Otherwise, we would then need to list all forms of voting which are not allowed. And furthermore, as we've already said, the Council has already considered this matter at its 125th session, where it looked at all viable options, in particular voting by proxy, and the decision was made not to proceed with this option, and this is why our delegation does not support proxy voting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Emiratos Árabes.
Thank you very much to the United Arab Emirates. Turkey, followed by France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would like to thank all submitters about that issue. We don't agree with the views expressed in the document 133/3/6 regarding proxy voting. Proxy voting is not merely a simple administrative procedure. It involves the delegation of responsibility assigned by the states that elect the council members. This could raise concerns about accountability, transparency, and reliability. Therefore, we support proposals stated in the paragraph 23.2 of the document 133/35, which states that council members should not be able to delegate their voting responsibilities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Turquía.
Thank you, Turkey. The delegation of France, followed by Chile. Thank you, Chair. In turn, I'd like to thank the Republic of Korea for the excellent reception yesterday evening. As a co-sponsor of C133/3/6, would of course like to associate itself with what Canada has said, and in particular, we'd like to emphasize that remote capabilities do allow the broadest possible participation in terms of multilateral democracy and continuity of work in exceptional circumstances, preventing physical meetings. As yet, there's no perfect technical solution which has been developed in particular in terms of cybersecurity, equal access to participants. Implementation of an electronic voting system for elections by secret ballot raises legal uncertainties of many sorts. As we saw this morning, there are always these problems. In its decision ADEC 75/510, the United Nations General Assembly restated that the general rule should be that meetings are held in person and votes too, and we generally agree with the concerns expressed by Brazil with regard to council members being present at meetings. However, the UN General Assembly has only opened the possibility of electronic voting for adoption of texts where the vote's being held in public, for example, by show of hands. So no UN agency has an electronic voting system for secret ballot elections because confidentiality and integrity must be preserved. And this is why France would like voting in person to be maintained at the IMO in all circumstances, via the possibility of proxy voting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Francia. Delegación de Chile, seguida de India.
Thank you, France. The delegation of Chile, followed by India. Thank you, sir, and a very good day to you all. We'd like to thank the Republic of Korea for yesterday's reception. As a co-sponsor to 13335, the basis of our position is as follows. Council is a body whose raison d'etre is the strategic guidance of the organization, and therefore decision-making, executive decisions is its key role. So voting is not just an additional administrative measure, but it's a key tool in order to exercise that leadership role. And as you said, sir, and we recall this when talking of the record of decisions of Council. That's what we do. We take decisions, and on Friday we'll be going through the record of decisions, not a report. And this reflects the decision-making capabilities of this body. Secondly, with regard to voting, we believe that in any other voting process of the organization, be it in technical bodies, including the Assembly, granting of the right of voting, the proxy, was based on a direct relationship between the member state giving up its voting right and the member state receiving it, and that is no doubt a sovereign decision. However, we believe that when it comes to Council, there is a key difference because of the representative nature of Council's membership, who are elected by members of the organization meeting it at the Assembly. Council members voting is not a permanent right. It is a right which is temporarily handed to them by the Assembly members when they are elected to the Council. Distinguished delegates and Chair, we understand that we have to make efforts to ensure the broadest possible access to the organization, and that might include positive remote participation. We certainly support that. We ourselves, of course, as a very distant country, are beneficiaries of this. However, on this specific subject, we believe that we face a matter of substance, the decision-making role of Council, the temporary nature of its elected membership and its representative character all mean that the right to vote should be exclusively the prerogative of the member state, and there should not be any possibility of delegating that. Thank you. Thank you, Chile. Delegation of India, followed by the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Indian delegation would submit that allowing proxy voting on behalf of one council member by another council member by amending Rule 35 of Rules of Procedure of the Council may not be appropriate. This delegation is of the view that voting by proxy may go against the core principle of equal voting power and could lead to accountability issues and lack of transparency. Chair, proxy voting may also undermine the representational integrity of IMO. Indian delegation supports the view taken by co-sponsors of the document C133/3/5 with respect to proxy voting, and accordingly not in favor of any amendment to Rule 35 to allow proxy voting. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a India.
Thank you, India. The Netherlands, followed by the United States.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation, as co-sponsor of document C133/3/6, would like to express our support for proxy voting in the case of a secret ballot vote, as expressed by France and Canada. Because of inclusiveness, we see the value of allowing a member state. There might be circumstances that a member state is not able to attend the meeting in person under special circumstances for a secret ballot vote. the option of a possibility to accredit another member state makes sure that the vote is not lost. Of course, on the specific rules. We agree with the co-sponsors of document C 133/3/5 that the voting procedures for we are discussing now apply to Council and not to other committees or Assembly as rightfully pointed out by Bahamas. Thank you.
Gracias, Países Bajos.
Thank you, Netherlands. United States followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. As a co-sponsor and as shown in Annex 2 of 133/3/1, the amendments to Rule 35, we support proxy voting for the Council in those instances when voting is by secret ballot for the reasons that were presented in our document C-132-17-2 and which are expanded on in 133/3/6. We note that proxy voting is used by other UN bodies, so this is not new to the UN system. And we think that as proposed and as explained in these two documents, sufficient safeguards are included to preserve the sanctity of voting on secret ballots. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States. The delegation of Brazil followed by China.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the co-sponsor of document C-133/3/5, Brazil reinforces the unique representative nature of this Council, whose organization and structure are different from all other IMO bodies. The co-sponsors believe that voting by proxy practice raises issues about accountability and transparency. Regarding document C-133/3/6, we thank the proponents for the 5 examples identified where proxy voting is used in the United Nations system. However, in our view, those examples might not be taken as representing widespread use because the UN system is composed of more than 30 affiliated organizations, including 15 specialized agencies. Additionally, most of these examples were applied to meetings as assemblies, conferences, and committees, with no apparent similarity to the characteristics and representativeness of the IMO Council. These are the reasons why the co-sponsors are not in favor of voting by proxy in any kind of voting process. So we are not in favor of the proposed amendment of Rule 35 presented in Annex 2 of the document C-133/3/1. Finally, the co-sponsors' request to the Council does not adopt voting by proxy procedure. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Brasil. Delegación.
Thank you, Brazil. The delegation of China followed by Singapore.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation would like to express our appreciation to the proponents for submitting the documents with the following reasons. First, we are concerned about the potential impact of on the seriousness, authenticity of decision-making and the representativeness of the Council members, especially the fundamental principle of one member, one vote. This has been correctly pointed out in document C-133/3/5 by Angola and others, as well as in the statements made by many delegations earlier, so I will not repeat here. Second, unlike many other intergovernmental organizations, This organization has permanent representatives mechanism. Over more than half a century, the vast majority of member states have established permanent missions in London. And these representatives are usually authorized to a great extent. This suggests that proxy voting lacks sufficient urgency and necessity from a practical perspective. Third, if we consider that voting by show of hands or roll call is allowed online, there is even less need for proxy voting, because most of the Council's decisions are made through show of hands or roll call. And there is no need to delegate other Council members to make decisions on their behalf. As for secret ballots, they are limited to the election of the Secretary General, which occurs approximately every 8 years. We are of the view that requiring 40 Council members to be physically present for such an infrequent occasion is not demanding. Therefore, this delegation cannot agree with proxy voting. Thanks.
La delegación de Chile.
Thank you to the delegation of China. Singapore, followed by Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the matter of voting by proxy, Singapore agrees with the document C13335 that voting by proxy should not be allowed for all voting procedures at the IMO Council. The current system of voting by accredited and credentialed delegates works well and allows for a robust voting procedure. Moreover, we understand that an overwhelming number of member states have diplomatic representation in London, which further limits the utility of proxy voting. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Singapur.
Thank you, Singapore. Sweden, followed by Germany.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. First, thanks to the Republic of Korea for the excellent reception last evening. In general, Sweden supports the proposal from Australia et al. Regarding voting by proxy when voting by secret ballot. The reason for Sweden supporting this concept is to facilitate and make it easier for states to participate fully in any meeting. For proxy votes to function effectively and in a secure manner, it's crucial to have clear guidelines on how the proxy system will work and what form of proxy should take. It must also be implemented in a way that enables the Secretariat to accurately verify who is casting a vote by proxy. For Sweden, a proxy would only be considered for votes by secret ballot, as it would be possible for delegations to cast any other vote through the hybrid system. Our aim is still to facilitate and make it easier for delegations to participate fully in all aspects of a meeting. But after listening to different perspectives on the issue of proxy, Sweden recognizes that it would be useful to also consider alternatives, other than through a proxy, through which delegations can vote in a secret ballot vote if they are unable to participate in person. Thank you.
Gracias a Suecia. Alemania.
Thank you, Sweden. Germany, followed by Chile.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to thank the Republic of Korea for the reception yesterday. Thank you. The question whether voting by proxy should be allowed or not, Germany is in favor of introducing voting by proxy. As mentioned in document C13336, some UN agencies allow this, others do not. In the case of the Council, Germany does not directly see that member states do not participate in person in the meetings. At least, this has not happened in the past meetings. In addition, the vast majority of member states have a representative office in London, and corresponding staff can be accredited for a possible election. In view of the fact that the IMO has opted for the continuation of hybrid meetings in order to allow more member states and experts to attend meetings, participation and voting in an election should consequently also be allowed. The risk is borne by the respective member state, whether it agrees to use proxy or to accredit a person on site accordingly. Germany therefore considers that an election by proxy should be allowed and included in the rules of procedure with the proposed wording in Rule 35 of document C13331 Annex 2. Thank you.
Gracias a Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. Delegation of Japan, followed by Panama.
Thank you, Chair. Japan thanks all the submitters of the documents concerning the proxy voting. As explained by the delegation of Canada yesterday, we note that there are already existing practices to conduct the proxy voting in several other international organizations. Therefore, we see no strong barrier in introducing the proxy voting, and we do not object to the proposal. That said, in our observation, it is still not quite clear in practice whether this body, the Council, has a compelling need to conduct the proxy voting. We wish to see more clarity on under what circumstances the proxy voting will be actually utilized by Council members, particularly noting that the secret ballot is conducted for elections and determinations. Having carefully listened to the views expressed, reaching a consensus on introducing the proxy voting at this session seems a bit challenging. Before making a decision on yes or no on the proxy voting, we would like to have deepen our common understanding on two fundamental issues. First one is what the compelling and specific needs are, and secondly, what the critical barrier and actually foreseen problems are. All those topics in our observation are still a little bit conceptual, so we wish to have more concrete and specific views on cases and views on that. As a way forward, we suggest that the working group could consider these two matters if time permits. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de...
Thank you, Japan. Panama, followed by the Republic of Korea. Thank you, Chair. Panama would like to thank the co-sponsors for the proposal in the documents you've listed, sir, which address important matters relating to proxy voting. We can be brief. With regard to amending Article 35 on voting by secret ballot, we believe that elections and decisions related thereto by means of this mechanism should be conducted solely in person. Such voting should be done by an accredited member officially represented at the IMO, or, if not, by staff from the diplomatic mission accredited to the UK. In our view, we should not allow procedures which allow a member state to delegate its right to vote to another member state. We believe that such a practice might undermine transparency and trust in the voting process. And we therefore share the concerns raised by the distinguished delegate of Brazil and the co-sponsors of document C133/3/5. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a Panamá.
Thank you, Panama. The Republic of Korea, followed by Bangladesh.
Republic of Korea is lowered cut.
Gracias, República.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Bangladesh, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all distinguished delegates. We also thank Republic of Korea for the reception last evening. Chair, on the topic of proxy voting, we appreciate all the submitters under the matter on discussion. Chair, allowing proxy voting may risk diluting the core principle of one number, one vote, which is fundamental to IMO's representative and equitable structure. Proxy voting may lead to complexities and accountability, transparency, and the potentials for undue influence, which could compromise both public trust and the Council decision-making integrity. Chair, as a co-sponsor, we align ourselves with the statement made by Brazil before us, and we are in favor to maintain our current stance against proxy voting, ensuring that each member state's vote is directly cast by its own representative. I thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Bangladesh.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Canada, followed by the Bahamas.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Republic of Korea for the lovely reception last night. I'd also like to thank Angola AL and the UAE for their submissions on this matter. Canada appreciates the concerns raised in C-133.3.3 and C-133.3.5 around the issue of proxy voting. We certainly concur that when a member runs for council, they are making a commitment to actively participate and engage. However, we are of the view that having the possibility of proxy voting does not contradict this commitment. As we saw during the COVID pandemic, situations arise that can be out of control of an individual state. While sometimes such situations have global implications, such as the pandemic, other times these may be more localized and affect only a specific region or regions. This could create a situation where a member state is unable to travel to participate in person. If such a situation were to arise during a meeting where a secret ballot vote is scheduled, we anticipate members would make all efforts to accredit somebody from their mission in the UK to attend. However, we appreciate that not every council member going forward would necessarily have someone based in London that could be in a position to attend in person at the date and time that is necessary. It is for this reason that the co-sponsors of C-132.17.2 proposed the availability of identifying a proxy from among the members of council present in person to vote on their behalf. To be clear, we do not anticipate this to be a very common occurrence. We would expect it would only be used as a last resort. But as we saw with the pandemics, sometimes situations occur very unexpectedly, and we believe that preparing for such contingencies in the rules proactively would ensure that a well-thought-out process had been put in place on how to safeguard the integrity of the secret voting process. Regarding precedents, as mentioned during Council 132 and as outlined in C-133.3.6, the availability of proxy voting is not absent from the rest of the UN system, as it is suggested in some of the other submissions. The co-sponsors of C-133.3.6 have identified a number of organizations that have embraced this approach, and from our understanding to date, no concerns have been reported on the use of such an arrangement. Regarding concerns that proxy voting may be used to influence a member state, our proposal specifies that a member state can only act as a proxy for one member. We therefore do not see this as creating an environment that would result in undue influence that could alter the outcome of the vote. In short, and as previously stated, we believe that allowing proxy voting for the purposes of secret ballot votes will ensure that all members of the Council are able to participate to the fullest extent possible, regardless of pandemics or other such unexpected occurrences. By addressing this in the rules of procedure, will ensure a robust system is in place to manage such situations in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. It's now 11, in fact, just past. So with your agreement, I think we'll break for coffee and we'll then move on with Bahamas first. I do have a request for the floor from Saudi Arabia. I believe it's an invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Saudi Arabia wishes to extend to all fellow delegates an invitation to taste Saudi coffee at the Delegates Lounge. As this meeting is at the end of another busy year, we would like to avail ourselves of this opportunity to once again thank the Secretariat of the IMO and all delegates for their hard work throughout 2024. Please join us in celebrating this with some Saudi coffee and Arabian sweets. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Arabia Saudí, por su...
Shukran.
30. Muchas gracias.
Wow. Saudi Arabian delights. I did message Antonio.
Hello.
Put the headphones on. Can you hear me okay?
Hello.
Buenos días de nuevo.
Good morning again, delegates. Thank you, Saudi Arabia, for the coffee. And we now continue with our list of requests for the floor. And we'll begin with the Bahamas, followed by Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, first of all, even though they may not have come back in as yet, I wish to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for boosting us with Arabic caffeine and other pastries. Chair, in terms of the question of proxy voting that is before us, every delegation to the IMO must submit its credentials for attendance to committee meetings, council, and assembly. Your credentials provide each and every delegation with the ability to submit a proxy within your delegation. So, in essence, what we are asking for, we already have the provision within our own delegation. And once the credentials are properly signed by the authorities, then that delegation has someone who will be here in person to conduct any voting that is needed. So why are we asking for something that we already have? We already have a proxy built into our own system. So to my mind, there is no need to put in writing anything relating to proxy as far as the Council is concerned. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Bahamas.
Thank you, Bahamas. Australia, followed by Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair, and to all submitters. When a member runs for council, they are making a commitment to actively participate and engage. Enabling proxy voting does not contradict this commitment. Indeed, it can support a member state to realise this commitment. While rare, situations do arise that can be beyond the control of the member states due to global issues such as the recent pandemic or for localised reasons which prevent them from travelling. An incident like this should not prevent a member state's view being represented. We should prepare for such circumstances by ensuring the rules of procedure have a well thought out process to enable affected member states to vote by proxy, ensuring they are not disenfranchised. We support most of the amendments proposed by the UAE in the spirit of transparency and accessibility. However, we do not share the concerns with regards to proxy voting. Proxy voting is a well-established procedure, including at the International Telecommunication Union, Universal Postal Union, and the World Meteorological Organization, and is an important step to ensure that member states attending remotely can participate fully at IMO meetings when circumstances outside of their control prevent them from attending in person. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Australia.
Thank you, Australia. Indonesia, followed by the Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation would like to thank Republic of Korea for a wonderful reception last night and Saudi for the coffee at the time. On the matter at hand, Indonesia appreciates the work of the co-sponsor of the document C133/3/5, in particular regarding the proxy voting. Indonesia strongly believes that the proxy voting could dilute the core responsibilities and engagement of individual council members in crucial decision-making. We believe that allowing proxy voting risks undermining the accountability and active participation required of council members, diminishing their crucial role of advocating for the interests of member states both with and beyond the council. Furthermore, while we understand that the proxy voting is practiced in the other UN bodies, Indonesia believes that the unique nature of the Council's work requires a continuous approach. In our view, implementation proxy voting is the context of secret ballot could open avenues for unintended influence and dismiss the spirit of direct, confidential representation that the secret ballot is meant to uphold. For this reason, Indonesia is not in favor of proxy voting. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. Philippines to be followed by Peru.
Thank you, Chair. To be brief, we thank the submitters of documents under this agenda item. While the UN system does not generally adopt proxy voting, there are UN bodies where proxy voting is allowed. So we recommend to refer this document to the working group for further consideration, Chair. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair, and good day, everybody. Thanks go first to the Republic of Korea for the very pleasant reception yesterday evening and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the coffee break today. Peru, as a co-author of document C13335, fully agrees that the process of voting is a direct expression of states' responsibility in Council to faithfully represent member states of the IMO, observing the principle of one member, one vote set forth in 62A of the IMO Convention and in Rule 31 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council. We believe that proxy voting would upset that balance. Accordingly, we support the proposal in paragraph 23 of said document. The use of hybrid capabilities, including exceptional hybrid voting, has been contributing positively to participation in Council, making it more inclusive, and that enables us to move forward with the work and objectives of the organisation. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Peru. I do have quite a long list of speakers still, both of member states and observers. My intention is to proceed with the list so that we can hear all opinions voiced on this question, which is of great relevance for the Council. So I would ask you to be as brief and concise as possible when taking the floor, bearing in mind that my intention is for the working group to be established before the lunch break. With that said, I give the floor to the delegation of Mexico to be followed by Morocco. Thank you very much, Chair. The Government of Mexico, co-sponsor of document C13335, which reflects our principles of external policy. In particular, the principle of legal equality of states. As a promoter of multilateralism, we believe that proxy voting could compromise that principle, essential to international law. There may be some exceptions in other organisms, as mentioned in the other document before us, but this Council and the Assembly should be guided by the principle of the IMO Convention, as well as the precedents of international law and the United Nations Charter. We understand other delegations have concerns, but our delegation believes that we should support states in difficulty by helping them attend meetings and votes with other mechanisms that are more in line with international law. Thank you, Chair.
Delegación de Marruecos, seguida de...
Thank you. Delegation of Morocco, to be followed by Malaysia. Thank you very much, Chair, for having given me the floor, and thank you to the Republic of Korea for the reception yesterday evening and to Saudi Arabia for the coffee break this morning. On this matter, our delegation would like to align itself with Brazil. We are not in favour of proxy voting. We believe that this is not a vote that is in line with the principle of one member, one vote. Further, this kind of voting gives rise to concerns with regard to responsibility and transparency. We welcome France's explanations on the practices that exist in the area of voting. Our position is that voting should be in person. Thank you.
Gracias
Thank you, Morocco. Malaysia to be followed by Spain.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Korea for the reception yesterday evening and Saudi Arabia for the coffee. Matter at hand, Mr. Chair. Hybrid facility have been provided to ensure that, This esteemed assembly holds democratic principle, and it is essential that these values are preserved within the IMO decision-making process. The IMO Council serves as a primary decision-making body within the organization, embodying a representative philosophy that reflects the collective interests and diversity of IMO member states. Its structures and functions ensure that all voices are acknowledged in shaping global maritime policy. The voting process within IMO Council is vital expressed of democratic representative. Each vote cast reflects the unified will of the member states, underscore the Council's role in carrying forward the shared objective and commitment of the entire organization. Mr. Chair, when a member state voluntarily presents its candidate for election to the IMO Council, it does so with the clear objective of achieving a position of responsibility and recognition within the organization. This role entails a significant responsibility as elected member make decisions not solely on their own behalf, but on behalf of the wider membership that entrusted them with this mandate. The election process is fundamental to maintaining the integrity and effectiveness of the organization. Its purpose is to ensure that due diligence is carried out in selecting individuals who are fully qualified to fulfill their roles within the IMO. By upholding rigorous standards, we reinforce the true place in us by stakeholders and ensure that only the most capable representatives are elected through transparent and fair process. Dear Chair, this delegation against the proxy voting. Malaysia advocates for the preservation and of traditional election practices within IMO. This practice embodies the democratic value and transparency that underpin our decision-making process and reflect the commitment of all member states to uphold the credibility and stability of the organization. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. Spain to be followed by Denmark. Thank you, Chair. And in line with your request and given the long list of speakers, and given that brevity is the utmost virtue when it comes to making statements, I'd like to say that our delegation is not in agreement with proxy voting. Thank you. Thank you, Spain. Denmark, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to all distinguished delegates. Also, in the interest of time, I will be brief. As co-sponsor of the document C13336, Denmark aligns itself with the statements made before us in support for the use of proxy voting in the Council under unexpected and special circumstances. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Denmark. And again, thank you for the brevity. Italy to be followed by Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the delicious coffee break. For the sake of brevity, we echo the distinguished delegate of Brazil and others, and we share the same views, and also as co-sponsor of document C13335, we do not support voting by proxy in any case. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Italy, Norway to be followed by Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair. I may also be brief. As a co-sponsor of document 132/17/2, we support the proposal of voting by proxy. For this delegation, voting by proxy should only be used in exceptional circumstances where attendance is not possible. These instances may be rare, but allowing for proxy voting could be seen as an assurance for states if an exceptional instance occurs and they are not able to physically attend the meeting. This could be due to a situation such as, for example, the pandemic, acute illness, or a natural disaster hindering traveling. If the Council should agree to allowing voting by proxy, the working group could be tasked to clearly specify in which instances proxy voting could be allowed. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Noruega.
Thank you, Norway. Cyprus, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to all. Allow us first to thank the Republic of Korea for last night's reception and Saudi Arabia for the coffee and treats this morning. In brief, Chair, we would like to echo the comments made by the delegation of Chile and others this morning on the role of the Council. And in this regard, when it comes to the proxy voting, we are not in favor of using it. Mindful of the secrecy of the vote by the secret ballot and other concerns raised earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Cyprus. Jamaica, followed by Greece.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. In keeping with your instructions, I will be very brief. We would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting a coffee break. We're aligning ourselves with Brazil and others, and do not believe that proxy voting should be supported at this time. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Jamaica.
Thank you. Greece, followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good day to all. We would also like to thank the Republic of Korea for the wonderful reception last night, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the coffee and the excellent sweets this morning. Mr. Chair, we can be very brief, so we would like to express our concerns for voting by proxy. In this case, we share the same views as the delegation of United Arab Emirates, Brazil and others, as they are contained in document C113/3/5. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Grace. Kenya, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I wish to thank Republic of Korea for the reception and the Kingdom of Saudi for coffee break. Chair, given the significance of the election, we as the Kenyan delegation align ourselves with the Panama, Brazil explanation that it should not be a no-brainer that proxy voting is prone to abuse and does not represent one delegation to one vote. And we do not support proxy vote due to its non-transparency. It would not be very difficult for the few council members to avail themselves when needed to vote. We say no to the proxy. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Kenia.
Thank you, Kenya. UK?
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, distinguished delegates. My thanks, first of all, to the Republic of Korea and Saudi Arabia for the wonderful refreshments we've enjoyed over the last 24 hours. The UK would like to thank all delegations that have submitted documents on this topic. As one of the co-sponsors of document C13336, the UK would like to highlight our support for allowing proxy voting for secret ballots for reasons of accessibility and inclusivity. We have listened carefully to the concerns raised by others in relation to proxy voting. For the reasons already expressed by Canada and others, we believe that proxy voting does not detract from a commitment to the Council. Proxy voting is used successfully in other bodies within the UN system as a last resort, which allows for participation in extraordinary circumstances. We must bear in mind that the changes to the rules we make here are for all future councils, not just the current membership. As we've already heard, extraordinary situations such as natural disasters and health emergencies could have an impact on a member state's ability to attend sessions. This delegation does not want to disadvantage any member state unable to attend in person, or worse, discourage a member state from standing for council election if they do not have London-based representation. To conclude, the UK firmly believes that proxy voting for secret ballots, although rare, will enable full and inclusive participation by all council members. Thank you very much.
Gracias al Reino.
Thank you, UK. There are no further requests for the floor from members, so I'm going to give the floor to observer member states, beginning with the delegation of Nigeria, to be followed by Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Nigeria express our heartfelt condolences to the victims of extreme weather conditions around the world, particularly the good people of Spain. We thank the Republic of Korea for the reception last night and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the coffee and the sweet this morning, not forgetting to congratulate our neighbor, the Sultanate of Oman, on their National Day yesterday. Congratulations. And now to the matter at hand. Nigeria thank the co-sponsors of the document, C13335, and fully support the proposal review of the Council's rules of procedure to ensure effective governance, particularly concerning hybrid meeting and voting practices. We commend the Council's adaptation to hybrid meeting capabilities, recognizing the value of allowing both in-person and remote participation. However, we believe it is crucial to solidify these procedures in the rules of procedures to maintain transparency, inclusivity, and effective in decision-making efficiency. Nigeria advocates for the structured inclusion of remote voting, provided safeguards are in place to ensure secure and verified participation. Regarding the proxy voting debate, Nigeria, being a co-sponsor, aligns with the position against adopting proxy voting. Upholding the one member, one vote principle is essential to ensure each member state's voice is equally valued. Introducing proxy voting could disrupt this balance, potentially compromising transparency and accountability. We therefore urge the Council to consider remote voting measures that uphold democratic principles while avoiding proxy voting practices that could lead to manipulation or diminish credibility in the Council's decision-making policies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria. Argentina, followed by Ecuador. And I would appreciate brevity in upcoming statements. Thank you, Chair. Good day to all delegates. We will keep it short. Our delegation abides and believes in the principle of one member, one vote. The guarantee that each member state has the same weight in decision-making. We believe that a single vote by a member state on behalf of another would raise problems of transparency and responsibility, making it very difficult to determine who is the ultimate decision-maker behind a given decision. And that is why we are not in favour by voting by proxy and support, accordingly, document C13335, presented by Brazil and others. Thank you, Chair.
Argentina.
Thank you, Argentina. Delegation of Ecuador, followed by Thailand. Thank you, Chair. Good day to all. This is the first time that we have taken the floor, so we would like to thank the delegations of Malaysia, Peru, the Philippines and Korea for their generosity yesterday, and to Saudi Arabia for the coffee break today. We'll keep it short as a co-author of C13335. We believe that proxy voting could create doubts about transparency and responsibility and might jeopardize the principles of a single member, a single vote, but also create lack of accountability, conflicts of interest, loss of direct representation, amongst others. And that is why we don't support the application of a mechanism of voting by proxy. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ecuador. Delegation of Thailand, to be followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Chair. We will be brief. Thailand, as the co-sponsor of the document 3133/3/5, concerns about proxy voting. Therefore, we do not support proxy voting practice to be established in the Council as well as other organs in this organization. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Tailandia.
Thank you, Thailand. Belgium, followed by Iran.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing us the floor. First and foremost, and as this is the first time we take the floor, allow us to express our sincere sympathies and condolences to those affected by recent extreme weather conditions. We also wish to thank Malaysia, the Philippines, and Saudi Arabia for the lovely coffee breaks, Peru for the delicious lunch, the Republic of Korea for the wonderful reception, and even though we are a day late now, we still want to congratulate Oman on their National Day. As already expressed by Brazil and others, and as a co-sponsor of document C13335, we share the concerns regarding the practice of voting by proxy. In particular, the use of secret ballot is reserved for specific situations, such as the election of the Secretary General. This is one of the most critical responsibilities a council member can exercise. A vote cast in a secret ballot must remain confidential, as this is the very nature of a secret ballot. In this context, voting by proxy, which necessarily involves sharing such sensitive information with another member state, may not be feasible for all members. In conclusion, Chair, after careful consideration of the points raised and the implications for the integrity of the Council's work, we are of the view that voting by proxy would not add value to the rules of procedure of the Council. And as such, we respectfully recommend that this option not be included in the rules of procedure. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Bélgica.
Thank you, Belgium. Delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran, followed by Namibia.
República Islámica.
The Islamic Republic of Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to associate ourselves with those who have been against a proxy voting system. Thanks.
Gracias, República Islámica.
Thank you. The delegation of Namibia, followed by South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. We also thank the Republic of Korea for the reception yesterday and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the coffee. On the matter at hand, we will be brief. We firmly believe that every council member should at all times retain direct control over its vote. Therefore, we do not support proxy voting, and we support the document 3.5 by Brazil and others. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Namibia. The delegation of South Africa, followed by Gambia.
Thank you, Chair. My delegation thanks the delegation of Korea for the reception last night and Saudi Arabia for sponsoring the mid-morning coffee break this morning. On voting by proxy, for reasons already advanced by many delegations that spoke before us, my delegation also does not support voting by proxy in line with the proposal contained in document C133/3/5 by Brazil et al. And having confirmed our preference, Chair, we remain keen to listen to any further motivations and compelling reasons, if any, in support for proxy voting if the matter is referred to the working group. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, South Africa. The delegation of Gambia, followed by Angola.
Thank you, Chair. Since this is the first time that Gambia is taking the floor, please allow me to thank the countries of Malaysia, Peru, and Korea for their hospitality yesterday, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the coffee break today. Mr. Chair, the delegation of Gambia holds to the principle of one member, one vote. Therefore, in brief, the Gambia delegation is not in favor of proxy voting and aligns itself with the explanations already given and by Brazil. Thank you.
Gracias a Gambia.
Thank you, Gambia. Angola, followed by Monaco.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Excellencies. Good morning to all delegates and observers. We would like to express our sympathy for the countries who have been affected by the climate. Angola, being a co-sponsor of the document C133/3/5, we align with Brazil. We do not support the voting by proxy. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Angola.
Thank you, Angola. The delegation of Monaco, followed by Ghana. Thank you, Chair, and a good day, everyone. My delegation would like to join with all others in thanking those member states who've offered the reception and breaks yesterday. We'll be brief. We'd like to thank everyone who's submitted documents on this matter. The Principality of Monaco is in favour of proxy voting only in exceptional cases with strictly defined criteria laid out. Thank you.
Gracias, Monaco.
Thank you, Monaco. Ghana, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As this is the first time we are taking the floor, we wish to extend our heartfelt commiserations to all countries affected by natural disasters, particularly Spain. We also wish to thank all members for providing coffee to sustain our discussions. On the matter of proxy voting, we believe it cannot be supported at this time. Council members, when elected, take on the responsibility of active participation, including casting votes personally. Allowing proxy voting undermines accountability, transparency, and the one member, one vote principle that forms the foundation of this body. We encourage council members to uphold these values and preserve the integrity of the council's decision-making processes. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Ghana.
Thank you, Ghana. That completes the speakers list. And in the light of the comments that have been made, I'm of the view that Council is not in favour of voting by proxy. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. Thank you. And we'll now move on to the establishment of the working group. As you'll recall, Council, at its 132nd session, agreed to establish a working group to consider in detail the amendments to the rules of procedure. In consultation with the Secretariat, I have prepared draft terms of reference for the working group, which are set out in document C133, WP2. And I'm going to go through and read the terms of reference paragraph by paragraph, bearing in mind comments made on this agenda item. There are some changes to the terms of reference, and so I'll take them one by one, and we'll then open the floor for any comments. Firstly, Council instructs the working group, taking into account the comments and decisions already adopted in the plenary and all documents submitted under this agenda item, should firstly consider the amendments to the rules of procedure taking Annex 1 of document C133/3 as a base document. 2. Consider the relevant proposals and proposed amendments to the rules of procedure contained in document C133/3/1, C133/3/2, C133/3/3, C133/3/4, C133/3/5, and C133/3/6, and the relevant parts of C133/15/1. So that's the addition to this part of the terms of reference, with a view to harmonising the rules of procedure of Council with those of the Assembly and other organs to the extent possible. Also incorporating live streaming and considering how to accommodate the criteria for live streaming. That last part is an addition to the draft terms of reference in WP2. Also, incorporating hybrid modalities, remote voting, the definition of member present and the in-person presence of the chairs and vice chair. And consider where to add a provision, a consequent provision, whether in the rules of procedure of council or organisation and method of work. And finally, submit a report to the council by February 22nd of November 2024. And the floor is now open for comments.
Delegación de Estados Unidos.
The United States.
Thank you, Chair. The comment regards the documents that you're forwarding to the working group, specifically document 133/3/4. I thought we had not accepted the proposals in that document. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias por su comentario.
Thank you for your comment. United States, yes, indeed. 3-4. That had to do with the second vice chair, and that was not agreed to by council, so it won't be sent then. Thank you.
Entiendo que si no hay más comentarios.
I take it if there are no further comments, it is so decided on the terms of reference. I also propose that Ms. Marina Angsel of Sweden chairs the working group, and I take it that council agrees with my proposal. I'd like to release the working group as soon as possible. So if there are no objections, it is so decided. And I'd now invite the Secretariat to provide further information on the arrangements for the working group. Ms. Prempe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. The working group will meet in Committee Room 9 in person, and you'll be supported by hybrid meeting modalities to enable remote participation. The Secretary for the working group is Ms. Aisha Sharif. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, señora Prempe.
Thank you, Ms. Prempe. Well, now can I turn to the chair of the working group, Ms. Angsel, and ask whether you require any further clarifications, and more specifically to also inform us when you would like to make a start to the work in the group. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions or any clarifications needed. I would like to thank you and also the Council for the clear instructions and the good discussions that we've had here. I suggest that we start to work in the group after lunch, but at 2 o'clock in room 9. So 2 o'clock, we start the work in room 9. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you, Ms. Angsel. And I wish you every success in your discussions, and we will await your report to be considered in plenary on Friday. And that completes our consideration of item 3 of the agenda for the moment.
Como les decía, damos por finalizado el punto 3 del orden.
As I said, we'll move now to item 4, strategy and planning reform, and we'll be looking in particular at risk management for the Secretariat. I'd therefore like to ask the Secretary General to introduce 1334 and 133/4/1. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Chair. In document C 1334, 2/4, we introduce an enhanced risk management policy for the organisation, which incorporates recommendations from both internal and external audits of the Secretariat's risk management processes, aligned with best practices across the United Nations system, and includes a risk appetite statement based on guidance from the High-Level Management Committee's Risk Management Forum and the UN Joint Inspection Unit. Among the key improvements to the risk management policy outlined in Annex 1 of the document are a definition of the scope of the policy, introduction of guiding principles to highlight the foundational elements of the Secretariat's risk management approach, definition of specific roles and responsibilities, establishment of a comprehensive list of risk categories which reflect the main or relevant to the IMO Secretariat, and streamlining of the risk management process to reflect current practice and to integrate lessons learned from the risk management policy's implementation in recent years. The risk appetite statement, as detailed in Annex 2, is developed in accordance with the HLCM's Risk Management Forum's guidelines on risk appetite statements, which have been endorsed by the UN Chief Executives Board, the UNCEB. Risk appetite defines the level of risk that can be accepted in pursuit of the IMO Secretariat's objectives. This statement provides a spectrum of risk appetite across different risk categories as outlined in the risk management policy, which allows the Secretariat to meet IMO's strategic goals, while also fostering a culture of risk awareness and transparency. The IMO Secretariat's general risk appetite is low. However, it recognizes the need to take calculated risks in specific areas where potential benefits outweigh costs, such as in technical cooperation initiatives and internal Secretariat initiatives designed to enhance organizational operations and workplace environment. To support this, rigorous risk assessment and monitoring processes are in place to ensure continuous management and control of all identified risks. Document C13341 provides an update on the Secretariat's risk management activities, including current risks and their assessments. Complementing the improvements to the framework, the Secretariat has shifted from biennial to continuous risk review with annual reporting to the Council and frequent updates to the Senior Management Committee. This revised approach has led to a comprehensive reassessment of risk, incorporating insights from past risk management experiences. The update includes the status of risk assessments as at the end of the 22-23 biennium and enhanced risk identification and assessment for 2024, including current and planned mitigation measures. The 2024 risk assessment focuses on identifying and managing potential risks to the Secretariat's objectives as defined in its business plan, with an emphasis on areas critical to the administration, namely human resources, finance and budget, central support services and technical cooperation, taking into account the expansion of IMO's technical cooperation activities. As a result, the Secretariat has identified new risks in these areas, strengthening risk management in domains crucial to its objectives and operations. Thank you, sir, and apologies for continuing at some length there.
Gracias, secretario.
Thank you, Secretary General. Well, before we take comments, I'd like to inform you that the request to speak system is once again up and running. So you can, I'm looking for confirmation.
Bien. Tenemos el sistema restablecido.
So it's back up and running. So I'd invite you now to take the floor using the request to speak. The delegation of Chile.
Ya, ahí sí. Yo creo que un nuevo factor de riesgo.
I think, Secretary General, this is a new risk factor we ought to include. Thank you. Our delegation is pleased to note and supports the risk management policy, which has been introduced. This is a modern and strategic approach, and we welcome this major effort to include the contemporary challenges which an organisation like IMO faces. We note the risk, the appetite policy, and believe that we'll have well-informed policies and an efficient use of resources. We appreciate the extension of risk categories, including the key priorities in keeping with current situations such as reputation, human resources, technical cooperation, ICT. And we support the potential of the framework, particularly to include risks which are included in gender and diversity, and that's in keeping with the international values of our organisation. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a Chile.
Thank you, Chile. Delegation of Indonesia, followed by the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia would like to acknowledge and commend to the IMO for the strong governance framework and ongoing commitment to strengthen of the organization effectiveness in managing both operational and strategic risks. We also would like to express our sincere appreciation to the IMO management and the Secretariat for their continued dedication to enhancing the organization risk management framework. This is an important and commendable step toward aligning IMO operational with the highest international standard, while ensuring that the organization remains responsive and resilient in the rapidly evolving global environment. It also affects a proactive and insightful approach based on the lesson learned from the previous framework implementation. Indonesia believes that the received risk management framework would include the enhanced risk management policy and the introducing of the risk appetite statement, present and strategic of holistic approach to addressing the complex challenges that the IMO faces. This improvement will equip the organization with the necessary tools to make informed, effective decisions while preserving flexibility required to navigate future uncertainties.
In this regard, we fully support the Secretariat's proposal and are pleased to recommend that the Council approve both the enhanced risk management policy and the risk appetite statement as the President presented to the document. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. The Netherlands, followed by Liberia.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation would like to thank the Secretariat for providing us with an enhanced risk management policy. In our view, the policy provides for a sound risk management process. As regards the risk appetite statement, this delegation, however, has a question. Since IMO also enables hybrid meetings, and good ICT is a fundamental pillar of that, should ICT systems and services to support meetings then not be placed in the low risk appetite category instead of the medium category, especially since IMO meeting support itself is placed in the low risk appetite category. In our view, malfunctioning of the ICT during a meeting would significantly impact the achievement of the objectives of the organization. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Países Bajos.
Thank you, Netherlands, for your comments. Delegation of Liberia, followed by Panama.
Thank you, Chair. Liberia joins others in appreciating Saudi Arabia for sponsoring a coffee break. Mr. Chair, Liberia thanked the Secretary General for document and the Secretariat for document C1334. Liberia supports the enhanced risk management policy as it reflects best practice within the UN system. Most importantly, it helps the organization to prepare for risks which are unavoidable. As for the risk appetite statement, while welcoming such initiative, Liberia urges the organization to be careful how it uses such statement, especially in high-risk situations. In other words, it should not be construed as a permission for unnecessary risk-taking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias a Liberia.
Thank you, Liberia. The delegation of Panama. Apologies, the mic's gone off.
Presente. Solicite la palabra.
Can you request the floor, please?
¿Ahora sí me escucha?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Chair. I think there was actually someone before me. So should we give them the floor? I can go ahead? Okay. Thank you, Secretary General. And thank you, Chair. We would like to express our thanks to the Secretary General for having submitted the enhanced risk management policy intended to include recommendations from internal and external audit on the Secretariat's risk management procedures. This policy also reflects best practice adopted across the United Nations system, including a risk appetite statement based on recommendations from the high-level management committees and the UNJIU Joint Inspection Unit. So our delegation recommends that Council approve both the risk management policy as improved and the risk appetite statement, in the understanding that these are key elements of the general framework for risk management at the IMO, which has been developing and has in recent years been strengthened. It's important to note that this integrated risk management framework includes the risk appetite statement and associated policy. It's a direct responsibility of the Secretary General's office, and its implementation involves all areas, all bodies of the IMO Secretariat, thus guaranteeing consistent approach and a robust approach at organizational level. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you to Panama. It's now past 12:30. Apologies to the interpreters, says the chair. Could you possibly give me a couple more minutes for some housekeeping announcements from the Secretariat? And then after that, I'd suggest that we adjourn for lunch and continue with our consideration. So, Ms. Premper.
Thank you, Chair. Can we kindly ask all WMU and IMLI graduates to gather on the ground floor in the foyer next to the escalator at 2:15 p.m. to take a photograph with the Secretary General? Thank you. It's news to the SG.
Le ofrezco la palabra a Wista.
Wister, you have the floor also for an announcement about something happening over the lunch break.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Let me very quickly express my thanks to the Secretary General and to the Secretariat of the IMO for their support in having this 2024 Women in Maritime survey. And we invite you all, before or after your lunch, to come to the Delegates Lounge, where we can, together with the Secretariat, reply to any questions you might have or any difficulties you might have faced in completing the questionnaire. Please, once again, let me tell you how important it is to have everybody's input in that. Thank you so much for giving us the chance.
Muchas gracias a Wista.
Thank you very much, Wista, for the information. And as I said, we'll meet again here at 2:30. Please enjoy your lunch.
Testing the microphone, testing the microphone.
Buenas tardes a...
Good afternoon, delegates. I hope you had a nice lunch. And we'll continue with our discussions on item 4 of the agenda, on strategy and planning, risk management. And the floor now goes to the delegation of Greece, followed by Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to express our appreciation to the IMO Secretary General for the detailed presentation on the enhanced risk management policy and the enhanced risk appetite statement. We would also like to extend our appreciation to the staff of the Secretariat involved with this project. Risk assessment is a crucial tool used by every organization when it comes to decision on important issues. Greece supports and approves the presented enhanced risk management policy and the enhanced risk appetite statement, since the clearer definition of scope and guiding principles, the inclusion of specific roles and responsibilities, as well as the further enhancement of the strategic decision-making, will definitely contribute towards a more efficient operation of the organization, a more educated decision-making process, while finally it will promote the sustainability of the IMO. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Grecia.
Thank you, Greece. Egypt, followed by Saudi Arabia.
No hay nadie en el asiento, con lo que le ofrezco la palabra a la delegación de Arabia Saudí.
We are pleased to see the advancement that the organization has achieved, especially when it comes to setting the information with regard to the risk management policy. So things like information security, underrepresentation, intellectual property, and procurement, they are all elements which no doubt will make all council members feel more reassured when these items are identified. We also approve the actions taken in categories 3 and 8 in identifying and responding to IT issues. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Arabia Saudí.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. There are no further requests to speak from the members of the Council, so the floor is open to observer members. And I see Namibia requesting the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. We thank the Secretary General for the revised risk management policy and risk appetite statement. We welcome these instruments because they provide a robust framework for addressing risks in a strategic and systematic manner. We also support the Secretariat's approach to maintaining a low risk appetite overall, while strategically accepting higher risks in areas such as innovation and technical cooperation. This balance is critical for ensuring that the IMO remains responsive to the evolving needs of member states, especially developing countries. With this, Chair, we recommend that Council approves the revised risk management policy and the risk appetite statement. Thank you, Chair.
Veo a la...
I see the delegation of Ghana is asking for the floor by the old-fashioned method, but please press the button to request the floor.
Muchas gracias. Tengo también la petición.
Thank you very much. And I've got the request of Egypt coming back, so I will take Egypt first and then Ghana. Egypt.
Shukran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear delegates, I would like to appreciate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hosting the coffee break, and at the outset we'd like to thank the Secretary General for the efforts that he put into updating the enhanced risk management policy and the risk appetite statement. Based on the way things are done within the UN, I think that this is an important document that would enhance the efficiency of undertaking our operations. The current risk management policy creates a balance between the risks and between the resources. So it is important also to have some flexibility when we look at the risk appetite aspect of things when it comes to technical cooperation and innovation. It is important to clarify the responsibilities of the different levels of the staff in order to make sure that we can have good oversight. We also need regular reviews of the risk management policy in light of future risks that could impact work within the IMO. We need to be able to respond quickly as a Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Egypt. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates.
No.
The delegation of Ghana wishes to commend the Secretariat for its continued efforts in strengthening the organization's risk management framework, as outlined in documents C133/4. We particularly appreciate the Secretariat's commitment to aligning its risk management policy with best practices, especially those within the UN system, and for taking into account the recommendations of the Joint Inspection Unit and various internal and external audits. Ghana recognizes the importance of a dynamic and responsive risk management approach. The shift from biennial to an annual reporting system, as well as the continuous review and updating of the risk register, will undoubtedly enhance the ability of the Secretariat to respond proactively to emerging risks. This more frequent and systematic assessment will ensure that potential threats are identified and mitigated in a timely manner, further strengthening the IMO's capacity to fulfill its mandate effectively. We are also encouraged by the Secretariat's emphasis on lessons learned from past risk assessments. Ghana supports the updated and enhanced risk identification and assessment framework. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ghana. Seems there are no further requests for the floor. So before offering you my summing up, I'd invite the Secretary General to provide additional information. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Council for the comments. With regard to the risk appetite and questions relating to meeting support, where meetings are low risk, that includes services which we provide to meetings. In this case, the hybrid elements. The reason that the technology services and IT are in medium risk is because it's a well-known fact that our systems need to be replaced. Some of them are reaching the end of their life, and accordingly we need to take into account the cost impact for that, and therefore planning needs to take that into account. So we've begun the GSIS review process as well, and that also is assigned a medium risk. With regard to the comments from the delegation of Egypt, we also have in medium risk measures which impact personnel, and we're not dealing with those in isolation. Any provision or possibility of technical assistance will be duly notified. And given that this is the first time that we've actually introduced this kind of process and we've increased the frequency of analysis, we'll be well prepared for the future for any reaction or risk which is deemed to be necessary, and we will keep the Council duly informed and up to speed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. I take it that the Council notes the information provided in the documents and the information provided orally by the Secretary General and the update for 2024 on risk management, and that it approves the enhanced risk management policy, the enhanced risk management policy, after a slip in Spanish, and the risk appetite statement. If there is no objection, it is so decided. And that concludes item 4 on our agenda. And we now turn to consider item 5.
Les comentaba que
So, as I was saying, we're turning to consider item 5 on resource management, with 3 sub-items on human resource matters, financial reports, and the status of member states' contributions, which we will consider in turn. I first invite the Secretary General to introduce document C1335A and C1335A1 on human resource matters. Secretary General, please go ahead. Thank you, Chair. The Secretariat's most important resource is its people. An efficient and effective Secretariat is crucial to achieving the objectives of the organisation and supporting its membership. And I remain committed to facilitating an enabling working environment and ensuring that the people who have committed their lives to the important work of this organisation remain motivated and supported in spite of dynamic challenges that we constantly face. Document C1335A reports on the implementation by the Secretariat of the outcome of the International Civil Service Commission's deliberations, including an increase in the General Service Pay Scale of 4.3%, and preparations towards the 10-year salary survey. Document C1335A1 provides further updates on human resource matters with a view to further streamlining and enhancing efficiencies. The Marine Environment and Conference divisions have been restructured with the establishment of the reconstituted Subdivision for Ocean Policy and Pollution Response, and the subdivision, and this the subdivision for translation services and meeting support in the conference division. The document highlights the significant improvements in recruitment efforts following the implementation of my initiatives at the start of the year and the further efforts made to enhance processes. Finally, Chair, I'd like to highlight the developments in support of multilingualism and staff development, including the introduction of a multi-pronged approach to language learning, which aims to foster a culture of diversity. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary-General. I now invite comments on document C1335A and C1335A1 and the Secretary-General's introduction thereto.
Delegación de Singapur.
Singapore, followed by Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. Singapore commends the Secretary-General and the Secretariat for the efforts made to streamline administrative processes, invest in the learning and development of staff, as well as to ensure gender and geographic diversity within the organization. Such consistent and long-term efforts will help to increase the efficiency of the IMO's work while increasing staff welfare and inclusivity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Singapur.
Thank you, Singapore. Saudi Arabia, followed by the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This delegation would like to congratulate the organization for the establishment of a translation services section. The stronger inclusion of all 6 languages in the IMO is a significant step towards ensuring broader accessibility, inclusivity, and effective communication within the global maritime industry. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Arabia.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Philippines, followed by Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. Our delegation expressed our appreciation to the Secretary-General for document C133/5A-A1. We appreciate the Secretary-General's initiative to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the Secretariat, particularly in the Marine Environment Division and Conference Division. We commend the significant improvements in the time frame of recruitment stages and increase in the number of recruits and enhancing gender and geographic representation at the IMO. Adoption of the best practices from the UN Common System can help in maintaining and enabling a diverse and inclusive environment in the organization. Our delegation fully supports the efforts of the Secretary-General in making sure that gender distribution is properly addressed in the Secretariat, though in some grades the numbers still need improvement. We are also proud that our former Maritime Attaché has joined the IMO as head of Asia and Pacific Section, Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Filipinas.
Thank you, Philippines. Delegation of Sweden.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Sweden would like to thank the Secretary General for the documents. We acknowledge the efforts made in relation to the Secretary General initiative to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the Secretariat. In particular, we note the progress to shorten and improve the recruitment process. Dedicated, trained and skilled staff is key to the organization's success, and we appreciate the important steps taken to facilitate learning and development. As a firm believer in gender equality, Sweden also welcomes the positive developments to close the gender gap in the maritime industry. We appreciate the efforts made and encourage the Secretary General to continue this important work. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Sweden. There being no further requests for the floor, nor from observer members, I propose that the Council take note of the information contained in the document. It is so decided. We now turn to the second sub-item 5B on financial reports, and I invite the Secretary General to introduce document C1335B. Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to introduce this document, which provides an update on the budgetary outlook for 2024 and 2025, and briefly sets out the priorities in developing the budget for the 2026-2027 biennium, and offers an update on the holistic review of the organisation's funds. Firstly, the document provides an update on the near-term budgetary outlook for 2024 and 2025, including a review of external factors, including inflation, and the current status and forecast across each of the organisation's funds. I'm pleased to say that, despite some continuing inflationary challenges, expenditure for each fund is expected to remain within the approved appropriation. The detail is provided in the document, but I would like to emphasise some points. Inflation has decreased significantly during 2024, but it does remain a risk which we are very conscious of, and mitigating measures such as improving the building's energy efficiency remain a priority. This is one area of focus for our capital investments, as is improving the resilience of our IT infrastructure to meet the demands of our meetings programme. Our investments in the building have also been supported by generous contributions from individual member states, which we truly appreciate. Most notably, the support from the host government for refurbishing the roof terrace. Singapore, who have provided significant funds to replace the seating in committee rooms 9 and 10, and China, who have allocated funds to support the introduction of hybrid capability in committee rooms 11 to 13. Our technical cooperation and implementation support work continues to deliver an increasing volume of essential services to our member states, generously supported with the contributions of our donors, with significant new support from the Republic of Korea, Norway, Germany and Japan this year, along with a broadening base of contributors. The document concludes with a look ahead to the 2026-2027 biennial budget process and the holistic review of funds, which we have introduced for the first time this year. I'm pleased to report that the organisation's financial health and funding model remains in good standing, thanks in large part to the support of our member states. The organisation's work programme will become increasingly challenging in the years ahead, and it is my responsibility to ensure that the Secretariat is ready to meet that challenge. At the same time, I have continuing reforms and improvements in the efficiency of our operations in the front of my mind during this process, as it is my commitment to you to deliver a budget which is the lowest commensurate with the work ahead of us. Where there are opportunities for further improvement, I will introduce these as part of the overall budget proposal. Overall, I remain grateful for the Council's support and that of our membership as a whole in ensuring the organisation has the resources necessary to deliver its important work. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. I now invite comments on document C1335B and the Secretary General's introduction thereto. The floor is open.
Delegación de China,
China, followed by Saudi.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the Secretary General for preparing document C133/5B, as well as the efforts made by Secretary General and his team to efficiently utilize and manage the budget while maintaining the financial stability and the resilience of this organization. This delegation hopes that the Secretariat to continue making every possible effort to reduce expenditures, allocate resources effectively, and actively explore ways to increase revenue and reduce costs, thereby avoiding an excessive financial burden on member states. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a China. Arabia Saudí.
Thank you, China. Saudi Arabia, followed by Singapore.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation wishes to thank the Secretary General for preparing this assessment, and we appreciate the work undertaken, especially with regard to paragraph 35.2, as it is an area of concern. There is a point that we'd like to point to, which has to do with the importance of having reliable internet connection within the organization, especially during peak times, like the meetings of the MEPC. The demand on the IT infrastructure will continue to increase, especially with remote participation, live streaming, etc. Therefore, this delegation would like to request guidance from the IMO as to how the organization can ensure the internet reliability and stability, and having a high level of capacity in the coming 2 years. That is in the coming biennium from a financial standpoint. So this is an issue that needs to be given due consideration within the coming budgets. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias por sus comentarios.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia, for those comments. And I now give the floor to Singapore, to be followed by Finland.
Thank you, Chair. Singapore expresses our appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the detailed report in C1335B. The comprehensive analysis is important to ensuring the organization's financial stability and resilience. We are pleased to note that the overall projected expenditure for 2024 is generally expected to be within the approved budget. Singapore is also encouraged to see that the IMO is keeping close tabs on factors that may impact the budget considerations for 2025 and beyond. We look forward to the updated review of the budget prospects for 2025 at the next Council session. While coping with external factors such as inflationary pressures, the organisation needs to find ways to remain nimble and responsive to developments to progress work. We encourage the Secretariat to continue making efficient use of IMO's financial resources and to report to the Council accordingly. Thank you.
Gracias a Singapur.
Thank you, Singapore. Finland, followed by Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone. First, we would like to thank the Republic of Korea for the lovely reception yesterday evening and Saudi Arabia for the morning coffee. Now turning to the issue at hand. Finland thanks the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the continued hard work in order to keep a balanced budget despite inflationary pressures, as mentioned in the document, and increasing budgetary needs. It is reassuring to hear that 2024 expenses can most likely to be accommodated within the overall approved appropriations of the regular budget and other budgetary funds. We will take a closer look at the 2026-2027 budget outline when it will be available. Finland also welcomes the initiative to simplify the CIS, meaning Contributions Incentive Scheme process, in order to reduce administrative burdens on both Member States and the Secretariat, as detailed in paragraph 12 in the document C-133/5C. This delegation looks forward to more detailed proposals in an upcoming Council session. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Finland. Delegation of Indonesia, followed by the United States.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia appreciates the update on the financial position of the IMO and the efforts made to monitor and address budgetary resource pressures, particularly with respect to inflation, staff costs, and currency fluctuation. Indonesia also delighted to see the projected increase in the Technical Cooperation Fund spending, which underscores the organization's focus on capacity building initiatives. It is essential for supporting member states in implementing maritime regulation. We would like to emphasize the importance of expanding opportunities for member states to benefit from the IMO technical cooperation programs. These programs play a crucial role in supporting developing countries, particularly in building maritime capacity and advancing environmental and safety standards. We encourage the Secretariat to explore further avenues for enhancing the inclusivity and accessibility of technical cooperation, particularly for member states facing financial and resource constraints. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. The United States, followed by Japan.
Thank you, Chair. And many thanks to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for preparing this document. We're pleased to see that the Secretariat expects to execute the 2024 and 2025 budgets within the approved appropriation level, despite challenging financial issues like inflation and rising salaries. With respect to the proposed 2026 and 2027 budget, we also appreciate that the Secretary General will retain the focus on efficiency. We look forward to receiving the budget outline from the Secretary General at the next Council meeting, and hope that the budget outline will keep in mind the financial constraints of many delegations, including my own. We also encourage a review of outdated mandates with a goal of phasing those out in favor of current mandates as one means of achieving efficiency. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Estados Unidos.
Thank you to the United States. Japan, followed by Germany.
Thank you, Chair. Japan appreciates the effort made by the Secretary General and the member of the Secretariat in keeping the 2024 budget below the approved appropriation, despite significantly increasing role in the policy challenges that this organization is facing, such as increasing need to address climate change and need to address security issues in Red Sea regions. Not to say, of course, the inflation. So we appreciate that. At the same time, given the amount of available resources, like many others, Japan also would like to request the Secretariat to keep continuous efforts to improve its efficiency in order to address all our increasing tasks. Thank you.
Gracias a Japón.
Thank you, Japan. Germany, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to thank Saudi Arabia for the coffee break. Thank you. Germany thanks the Secretary General for the update provided regarding the budget 2024, as well as for the outlook for the coming year. This delegation welcomes the close monitoring of expenditure and measures to reduce them while improving energy efficiency, in particular of the IMO building. Nevertheless, the uncertainty of the development of the inflation rate, but also of the development of the exchange rate between the British pound and the US dollar remains a challenge for the organization. Although the working capital fund is available as backup, Germany requests that the Council continues to be regularly informed about the development of these two risk factors and that measures are taken at an early stage to minimize any negative impact on the IMO work program. Personnel costs play an important role in the 2025 budget, but also for the upcoming biennium. With regard to the strategic objectives, the work program of the IMO, but also with regard to the workload in the Secretariat, Germany expressly welcomes the fact that vacancies are filled more quickly than in previous years. With regard to paragraph 18 and action requested under number 5 on potentially additional staff separation costs, Germany agrees that reserves from the regular budget will be used for termination benefit fund if the funds there are not sufficient. Should the case arise, Germany requests that the Council be informed immediately and the transfer of funds be carried out in accordance with the financial regulations and rules. Mr. Chair, this delegation would like to inform the Council that this year Germany will contribute to the IMO GHG Trust Fund, the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund, to facilitate the participation of developing countries to MEPC meetings, the IMO Green Voyage 2050 project, and the further development of the IMO Fall Compendium. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. The delegation of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Like other delegation, this delegation also regards that the Secretariat has clearly outlined the major budgetary item and the risk factors. They will be enhancing transparency in the budget management. Regarding the proposal to cope after-service health insurance cost through the regular budget, we support, in general, the proposal as a flexible measure to address budget shortfall within the budget framework. As I already mentioned at the paragraph 34, considering that this involves the expenditures from the organization's regular budget, it is deemed that the establishing long-term funding plan for ASHI cost would be necessary. So we expect this issue will be thoroughly reviewed in the next Council meeting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la República.
Thank you to the Republic of Korea.
Invito al secretario general.
I'd now like to ask the Secretary General if there are no further requests for the floor to reply to some of the questions posed by some of the delegations who spoke. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Council for those remarks. Firstly, I'd like to restate my commitment to keep the budget as low as possible for the next biennium. And, of course, I will maintain my intention to introduce efficiencies without undermining or compromising the operations of the organisation. We keep a constant watch on external factors such as inflationary trends, exchange rates, which will affect or may affect the organisation. We do have council agreements with regard to this, and the organisation is therefore prepared. Currently, technical cooperation is still one of those areas where we continue to consider introduction of improvements, and we will inform the Technical Cooperation Committee of this. Some of them will also require support of member states. I'll be asking for your support to enhance participation and quality of our activities there. As to IT, as was explained when we discussed risk, we have already begun the process of enhancing the IT systems. It's very costly, but we are considering a phased introduction so that we don't have all the costs up front, but that we can establish and cover them over a broader, lengthier period of time without undermining the necessary improvements which we recognise must be made and which we are working on at the moment. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I propose that Council firstly notes the review of the key budget assumptions and risks, paragraphs 3 to 6 and Annex 1. Secondly, notes the forecast level of the regular budget expenditure for 2024, expected to be kept within the overall approved appropriation, paragraphs 8 to 9, and Table 2, Table 3, and Chart 1. Thirdly, notes the income and expenditure and forecasts in the trading fund and the consequential in-year surplus distribution, paragraphs 10 and 11, and Tables 4 and 5. 4. Notes the expenditure status of the Headquarters Capital Fund, paragraphs 12 to 16 and Table 6, and the Technical Cooperation Fund, paragraph 19 and Table 8. 5. Notes the expenditure status of the Termination Benefit Fund, paragraph 17 and Table 7, and approves in principle the Secretary General's proposal to fund any potential shortfall in the Termination Benefit Fund from the resources available in the regular budget, noting that any such transfer will only be made to the extent necessary to meet actual expenditure. Paragraph 18. 6. Notes the funding and delivery of the organization's extra budgetary programs. Paragraphs 20 to 23, Table 9 and Annex 2. 7. Notes the Secretary General's summary of the budget prospects for 2024, as well as his intention to present an updated review at the next session of the Council, paragraphs 24 and 25 and Table 10. 8. Notes the key considerations in the preliminary assessment of budget prospects for 2025. paragraphs 26 to 28. 9 notes the budget outline considerations for the 2026 to 2027 biennium, paragraphs 29 to 31. And 10th, and finally, notes the update on the holistic review of funds, paragraphs 32 to 34. If there are no objections, it is so decided. We now move to the third sub-item, that is 5C, on the status of receipt of Member States' assessments. I'd like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce document C 133/5C and its addendum, reporting on the status of contributions, Member States' contributions to the General Fund and the Working Capital Fund, as well as on Member States falling under the provision of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Chair. Document C133/5C and its addendum report on the status of Member States' contributions as at the 30th of September 2024 and 31st of October 2024. They also report on Member States falling under the provisions of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. I'm pleased to report that the collection rate as at 31st of October 2024 96.49% is higher than the collection rate of 2023, and while it remains slightly lower than the rate at this point of 2022, it nevertheless remains one of the highest rates in the UN system. I very much appreciate the efforts of Member States to pay their contributions on time in keeping with the IMO's financial regulations. Details of the assessments with respect to individual Member States are shown in Annex 1 of document C133/5C and its addendum, with a separate report on the status of Council members' contributions in Annex 2. Council may also wish to note that since the issuance of document C133/5C add 1, funds were received from 2 Member States towards full or partial settlement of their 2024 assessments, bringing the collection rate as of today to 96.69%. Annex 3 of document C133/5C1 add 1 provides a status report of the 11 Member States falling under the provisions of Article 61 and the 2 who were granted a waiver at the 33rd session of the Assembly. Since the issuance of that document, the Republic of Djibouti has partially paid its arrears for 2023. Nevertheless, it remains under the provisions of Article 61 until the full 2023 assessment balance is cleared. No further payments were received from the remaining 12 Member States listed in Annex 3. Council will also recall that the Contributions Incentive Scheme was established in 1987 as part of a package of measures to incentivize the prompt payment of the assessment and was later reformed by the Assembly at its 28th session to improve the efficiency of the scheme. While it has undoubtedly played an important part in the sustained strong collection rates at IMO, it nevertheless requires a lot of administrative work to operate it, both in the Secretariat and for Member States. In order to further simplify this process, while maintaining the positive impact of the scheme on Member States who pay their assessment in good time, I've proposed some measures in document C133/5C, which I believe will reduce the administrative burden both on the Secretariat and on Member States. Under these changes, any CIS earnings below £500 would be automatically credited against the assessment of that member state, while larger amounts would have a time frame within which member states could request alternative uses of their earnings. If Council agrees to these changes in principle, a detailed proposal will be presented to the next session. And I'd like to once again take this opportunity to thank all those members who have paid their contributions in full in accordance with the organization's financial regulations and financial rules, thus setting a commendable standard for all other member states to follow. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I now invite comments on document C133/5C and its addendum, and the Secretary General's introduction to this document. The floor is open.
Delegación de Bahamas, seguida de Brasil.
The delegation of Bahamas, followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we first of all wish to thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for producing the documents on this agenda item, which deals with the report on Member States' contribution to the General Fund and the Working Capital Fund. Chair, we are delighted to see that the payment of assessed contributions by Member States for 2024 thus far has surpassed that of 2023, but is not yet on par with 2022. I take it that 2022 was a good year for most member states. But in light of the difficult financial situations that all member states, and that is relative, all is relative, but in particular, small island developing states and developing countries, the fact that the payment of contributions by this organization surpasses that of other United Nations organizations, I think says a lot for the member states here, in that they take their responsibilities serious and put aside the funding that is required for the operation of this organization. And it should not be surprising, based on the fact that the role of this organization in terms of international transport plays. Shipping accounts for about 80 to 85% of most goods and services move internationally. But referring to 133.5c in general, it is also encouraging to see that the number of member states falling under Article 61 of the Convention has fallen compared to previous years. I think it is now down to 11. And we just wish to encourage those member states to try and find ways and means of bringing themselves up to date. But for those who have prevailed on your various governments to keep in line with your contributions, again, we wish to echo the words of the Secretary General in that as a member state, we say to all of you, thank you for all of the efforts that you continue to make on all of our behalves. Also, in terms of the reform of the contribution incentive scheme, in order to save, quite frankly, on the time and efforts that is put into the scheme, we certainly support the request and the actions that are required under paragraph 13 of the Council. And again, thank the Secretary General for this document.
Muchas gracias, Bahamas.
Thank you very much. Bahamas, the delegation of Brazil, followed by Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil thanks the Secretary General for the information provided in document C1335C. This delegation appreciates the proposed measures regarding the contributions incentive scheme mechanism, which in our view will alleviate administrative burdens for the Secretariat and member states alike. Therefore, Brazil agrees in principle with the proposal described in paragraph 12. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. The delegation of Saudi Arabia, followed by Cyprus.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية نشكر.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the introduction of this document, and we're very pleased with the support that we have received from the IMO's Finance Department in the processing of our membership fees. We know that we have a new national requirement for a LEI number, the legal identifier, and so we are confident that this issue will be resolved quickly. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Arabia Saudí. Chipre.
Thank you very much. Cyprus, followed by Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the submitted document, and this delegation agrees in principle that the contribution incentive scheme mechanism be amended such that a circular letter is published each biennium with information on interest earned by member states under the CIS. We're looking forward to receiving specific amendments to be proposed to the next session of the Council. As it was indicated by the Secretary General, this will reduce administrative burden to the Secretariat, incentivize even further a strong collection rate, which is vital for the functioning of the organization, and thus can only be applauded by this delegation. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a Chipre. Delegación de.
Thank you, Cyprus. Malaysia, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malaysia thanks the Secretary General for the report on the members' contribution. We recognize the importance of timely and full contribution to ensure the effective function of the organization and achievement of its objectives. Malaysia urged the Secretariat to continue engaging with the Member State facing financial challenges, offering support and flexibility where possible to ensure that no Member State is left behind in fulfilling its contributions. Malaysia reaffirmed its commitment to the organization and encouraged continued cooperation to ensure the financial health and sustainability of the United Nations system. With that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, Malasia.
Thank you. Malaysia, Italy, followed by Greece.
Thank you, Chair. Italy thanks the Secretary General for the document C1335C, and regarding the actions requested in paragraph 13, we note the action in paragraph 13.1. We agree with the action in paragraph 13.2. We thank for the information provided in Annex 3, and we agree with the contribution incentive scheme amendment proposal to include the circular letter tool for the management of accumulated interest, noting that the procedure details will undergo approval at the next Council 134. Regarding the Addendum 1 of document 1335C, Italy thanks the Secretary General, and we note the information provided in Annex 3. We would like to highlight that in our delegation's view, the granting of the derogation from the provisions of Article 61 should reflect the commitment of the Member States that have acquired this benefit to take significant steps towards debt settlement. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias,
Thank you, Italy. Greece, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to thank the Secretary General for his effort to ensure the timely payment of the annual contribution of the Member States that ensures that the organization will be able to implement its work program. As far as the CIS is concerned, we agree with the proposal of the Secretary General for crediting the CIS earnings below £500 automatically towards the Member States' current or future financial assessments. Thank you very much.
Gracias a la delegación.
Thank you, Greece. Mexico's disappeared. If you could ask for the floor again. Mexico, followed by Jamaica. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Secretary General, delegates, and observers. We have had little time available under item 3, so we failed to express that we extend our solidarity to those countries affected by extreme weather events and the loss of human lives and the significant material damage. Would also like to thank Malaysia, Peru, Korea, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their very kind invitations. So thank you to you. We also would like to congratulate the Sultanate of Oman on their National Day yesterday. And further, the Government of Mexico recognizes the efforts of the Secretariat in terms of training and capacity building of human resources, which is a praiseworthy endeavour. Our thanks go to the Secretary General as well for the financial report, which only goes to underline your transparency. With regard to document C1335C, the Government of Mexico welcomes the work carried out by the organisation and thanks Member States for their financial contributions, especially because they allow the staff of the organisation to continue doing their important work of setting standards and providing technical support to national maritime authorities. As always, Mexico will abide by its commitments with regard to Article 60 and 61 of the IMO Convention. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. Jamaica, followed by Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation thanks the Secretary General for paper C133/5C and its addendum. We support in principle the proposal related to the simplification and improvement of the efficiency of the contribution incentive scheme process, which, as you have indicated, Secretary General, will reduce the administrative burden on the Secretariat and Member States. And we look forward to the detailed proposals at the next session of Council. Thank you.
Gracias, Jamaica. Delegación.
Thank you, Jamaica. Bangladesh, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting tea or coffee this morning. The delegation of Bangladesh thanked the Secretary General for submission of the document C133/5C, reporting the status of member states' contribution and working capital fund, as well as member states falling under Article 61. With regard to the application of Article 61, this delegation associates itself with the position expressed by the Bahamas. With regard to the reform of the contributions incentive scheme, this delegation supports the amendments to the scheme such that a circular letter be published under each biennium as reflected under para 13.4 of this document. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Abama.
Thank you, Bangladesh. There are no further requests for the floor from Council members, so I will open the floor for observer members and begin with the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I start my statement on the report of Member States' contribution, first, I would like to express our condolences regarding the recent flooding in Spain and the tragic consequences it has had on many lives. The images and reports of the devastation are truly heartbreaking, and our thoughts are with the victims and their families, and of course the government during this difficult time. We also express our congratulations to the government of Oman and their nation for their National Day. And of course, we thank the government of Saudi Arabia for today's reception. Well, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates, last year during Council 130 session, the Islamic Republic of Iran clearly indicated that the outstanding amount is in Iranian embassy's bank account in London, and expressed its readiness for payment without delay. Now, after 1 year, we should say that, unfortunately, all of the efforts failed to reach a successful result due to lack of constructive approach, as we witnessed and observed from the relevant bank. Mr. Chair, and distinguished members of the Council and observers, the Islamic Republic of Iran, as one of the active members of IMO, kindly urge the IMO Secretariat and request the UK government, as the host country, to get more involved, help, and take all necessary actions to solve the problem and facilitate transfer of amount to IMO's account as quickly as possible. In this line, on Monday this week, yesterday, we had a conversation with His Excellency Secretary General of IMO, and he has informed us of the latest development on this subject matter with a green light, and we hope to receive a good news in near future. Finally, Mr. Chair, we request the IMO Council to consider the circumstances prevailed as just described when reviewing the report of IMO Secretariat as contained in document C 133/5C and its addendum 1. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la
Thank you to the Islamic Republic of Iran. There are no further requests for the floor. So before summing up, I will give the floor to the Secretary General to respond to some of the questions raised. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, firstly, to the Council for the comments on the mechanism on the incentive scheme. Secondly, I would confirm that we have had discussions with the delegation of Saudi Arabia to address the matter of the new procedures that they have at the national level and the best way of organising things to support that. And finally, with regard to the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have over the year had a number of meetings with the delegation here in London and looked into various mechanisms. I'm sure that sometime soon we'll be able to find a mechanism similar to that used in other UN organisations in order to be able to allow them to meet their commitments in terms of payment of contributions. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. So after those discussions, I take it that the Council firstly takes note of the information contained in document C 1335C and its addendum, and that provided orally by the Secretary General. And secondly, urges all Member States that have not yet done so to meet in full their financial obligations to the organisation as early as possible. Thirdly, reiterates its firm stance on the strict enforcement of Article 61 of the IMO Convention. And fourthly, agrees in principle that the contribution incentive scheme mechanism should be amended such that a circular letter is published each biennium with information on interest earned by Member States under the CIS, Contribution Incentive Scheme, and Member States with CIS earnings below £500 will have these earnings automatically credited towards their current or future assessments, noting that specific amendments to this effect will be proposed to the next session of the Council. If there is no objection, it is so decided. And that concludes discussions under agenda item 5 of the agenda. And if I can just propose a slight change to the order of items on our provisional timetable. I'd like to start discussions now on item 11 of our agenda on global maritime training institutions. We have two parts under this Part A on the World Maritime University and the second on IMLI. And I'd like to begin with Part B relating to IMLI and then come back to Part A on the World Maritime University. I hope you can agree with that slight change. I now invite the Council's attention to agenda item 11B on the IMO International Maritime Law Institute, IMLI. The document, as mentioned before, C13311B, reports on key elements of the Institute's operations during 2023, including information on its budget performance and future projections. The Council is invited to note that in accordance with the IMLI statute, the Institute's governing board is required to report annually to the Council through the Secretary-General on the work of the Institute and its budget as approved by its governing board. In this respect, I'd like to remind the Council that IMLI publishes each year an integrated annual report. It's a publication covering in detail the activities of the Institute during the preceding calendar year. The annual report for 2023 can be found on the IMLI website, and the link has been provided in the document. I now invite the Director of IMLI, Professor Norman Martinez, to address the Council.
Querido director, tiene que presionar el botón.
Director, if you could just press the button requesting to speak.
Ahora.
That's it. Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I am honored to be here today and express my sincere gratitude to the entire IMO family for its staunch support to the Institute and to all the Institute's donors for their firm belief in the role that IMLI plays in the delivery of the organization's goal and in enhancing global capacity. As the educational arm of the organization in the full spectrum of international maritime law, IMLI takes stock of IMO's work in ensuring that while the sector remains viable, it does so in a sustainable manner. The plethora of rules and regulations have tasked us with disseminating knowledge and expertise in international maritime law and ensuring that IMO member states and beyond contribute to the global rule-based order of the oceans. IMLI's program's curricula are constantly being reviewed so that its teachings remain relevant and are in line with the fast development of the international regulatory framework. Guided by the Sustainable Development Goals and the Institute's commitment to contributing to their realization, the Institute's expertise assists the international maritime community, amongst other things, in adopting laws which enhance food security and livelihood, promote gender equality, and prepare resilient actions against climate change. The document in front of you bears witness to this era of change and growth in pursuit of our goal of serving the rule of international maritime law. Ladies and gentlemen, since the first class of the IMLI students in 1989, over 1,185 graduates from over 150 states have made it their professional mission to serve the rule of international maritime law. I take this opportunity to salute many of our graduates in attendance who showcase that they have left the Institute's portals as better professionals and individuals. We are proud of their professional development and personal growth, and for upholding the values and principles the Institute has impressed upon them. In honor of the organization's objectives to promote multilingualism, I wish to inform you that the Institute has followed suit and has offered some of its short courses in other languages. Moreover, pursuant to this, I wish to ask the translator's indulgence to say my final words in Spanish. Distinguidos delegados.
Distinguished delegates, the Institute would not have reached its current level of academic excellence if you, Member States, did not fully understand what IMLI stands for, as well as why it is of utmost importance to the international maritime community that IMLI must continue its mission in maritime education. Thus, while expressing my gratitude for your continued belief in the Institute, allow me to reiterate that we remain resolute in our commitment to serve the organization and its member states. And we invite you to continue, insofar as is possible, and to increase wherever possible your invaluable support, which will allow us to pursue our mission of training the maritime leaders of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Professor Martinez, Director of IMLI, thank you very much for the presentation of the key outcomes of the Institute's operations in 2023, as well as the update provided to Council. Distinguished delegates, the floor is open. But before I give the floor, allow me to just share with you an experience on the new floor requesting system. We couldn't identify the IMLI request for the floor as it related to a microphone that did not correspond to the previously assigned seat. So it's certainly wasn't a problem with you, Director. But it just shows the importance of using the seat that has been assigned to your name or your institution or country's name, because that links into the microphone system and then enables us to see the identity of whoever is requesting the floor. With that said, and once again apologies to the Director for that slight issue, I now open the floor for members for comments and see that Philippines has requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines is grateful to IMO International Maritime Law Institute for the IMLI's faculty and staff, which for years provided the opportunity to develop, train, and capacitate Philippine legal officers and enhance their skills and expertise in international maritime law. We recognize that education in IMLI significantly helped in addressing the Philippines' maritime legal concerns. Currently, Philippines has 36 lawyers who graduated from IMLI out of more than 1,000 graduates from 151 countries who have distinguished themselves in their own fields, especially those attending and contributing substantially to IMO work. IMLI has an important and effective role to play in continuous training of government officers on maritime legislation. We recall that the consolidated audit summary reports of IMSA's audits finds that translating IMO mandatory instruments into national legislation has continued to be a persistent problem and is a common finding among the audited member states. We thank the government of Malta, the IMO donors, and other donors for their generosity and benevolence in supporting the Institute and our future leaders. Finally, the Philippines is also an example of IMLI's capacity building mission. Yours truly as technical advisor and the incoming maritime attaché are both proud alumna of the Institute. With the current leadership of Professor Martinez, who is also a proud alumnus of the Institute, we hope that more future leaders will be trained and capacitated by IMLI to address IMO's goals. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Felipe.
Thank you, Philippines. Malta, please.
Thank you, Chair. At the onset, allow me to reiterate that Malta is honored to host this prestigious institution called IMLI and to be a sponsor of its vital work. Our maritime heritage runs deep, shaping our history, culture, and economy. The sea has always been our lifeline, connecting us to the world and fostering our maritime traditions. This deep-rooted connection has made us acutely aware of the importance of international maritime law in ensuring the safety, security, and sustainability of our oceans. The International Maritime Law Institute plays a pivotal role in promoting the understanding and application of international maritime law. Its commitment to educating and training legal professionals from around the globe is invaluable, as can be attested by several IMLI graduates in this room, including myself. By fostering a global community of maritime law experts, the Institute contributes to the development of sound legal frameworks and the peaceful resolution of maritime disputes. The Government of Malta is proud to support the Institute's mission and to contribute to its success. We believe that by investing in maritime education and legal expertise, we are investing in the future of our oceans and the prosperity of our planet. Finally, we reaffirm our commitment to international cooperation and the rule of law. May the International Maritime Law Institute continue to thrive, inspiring generations of maritime law professionals to safeguard our oceans and build a sustainable future for all. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Malta. It's 4 p.m, so time to break for tea. And I see a request from Finland wishing to take the floor for tea break-related info.
Thank you, Chair. Finland invites you all for afternoon coffee and tea with some Finnish sweets, and mulled wine will also be available. Opening words of the event will be given by the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Transport and Communications of Finland, Ms. Minna Kivimäki. This time, unfortunately, Santa Claus was too busy with Christmas preparations, thus he can't join us. You are all welcome.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Finland, for the invitation to the tea break, and I will see you back here at 4:30. Thank you.
Buenas tardes de nuevo a todas las delegaciones.
Welcome back to all delegations, and I do hope that you had a good tea break. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the delegation of Finland for the sweets, the refreshments, the mulled drinks and wine and everything you offered us. So we'll go on with the speakers list on 11B.
Como les decía, continuamos con la lista de petición de palabra.
So we'll go on with the speakers list, as I was saying.
Y veo al director del IMLI solicitar.
I can see that the IMLI director has once again asked for the floor, and I imagine you might like to perhaps add something to the information you've already given us. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight an issue that was raised as soon as we had finished, and it's in the table in the document that was provided to the Council. The totals at the bottom of the table do not seem to match the addition of the list of participants that are included in the table. And the main reason for this is that in the final edition, a line was omitted in short courses in which enrollments in 2022-2023 amounted to 274, and enrollments in 2023-2024 amounted to 172. Just that omission, the totals of enrollments at the bottom of the list is correct. I just wanted to highlight why the totals didn't make much sense in the form that was published. Apologies for that. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, director.
Thank you very much, Director, and we take note of that change. And I'd also ask delegations to bear that in mind when speaking. So continuing on with the speakers list, we'll turn now to Saudi Arabia, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank Finland for hosting the tea break, and thank you for providing non-alcoholic drinks for us. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would like to thank IMLI and congratulate them for maintaining the highest standards of academic rigor while continually growing and maturing as an institution. This delegation is proud of all our citizens, both men and women, who attended IMLI. We would like to thank the government of Malta and the organization and Professor Norman for their efforts. We look forward to the continuous cooperation with the IMLI and IMO for having more training initiatives for members of the IMO. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias. Perdón. Arabia Saudí.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. Mexico, followed by Panama. Apologies, Mexico, 1 minute. Would you like to now start? Can you hear us? Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like in particular to thank Finland for the coffee break. I'd like to say that Mexico would like to thank all donor countries as well as the government of Malta, the host government, for the financial support on the renovation of the facilities of IMLI over these years, and to express our interest in continuing to cooperate with the Institute. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. Panama, followed by Peru. Thank you, Chair. Panama notes the excellent information provided in the document and also that provided by its director. And we would like to underscore the prominent or the sterling work done by IMLI, and at the same time congratulate the director for the tremendous work which is being done under his leadership of the Institute. Like other delegations, Panama would like to say that IMLI has been a vital pillar of the maritime sector with significant contributions to training, specialization of professionals, promoting the application and compliance with international maritime law, and also ensuring observance of standards and regulations adopted by our organization as a cornerstone for the development and compliance with the IMO goals. It is therefore an honor for our delegation to note that at the moment Panama has highly trained staff who have graduated from this prestigious institute. And I think that simply bears witness to the tremendous academic programs, the academic excellence of IMLI. We would therefore like to express our sincere thanks to the IMO and in particular to the Government of Malta for the infrastructure and support which they continue to provide to the Institute. And we'd also like to extend our thanks to all those organizations and member states who've made great contributions to the Institute, facilitating development of capacity building at a high level for the maritime industry as a whole. Thank you. Thank you, Panama. Delegation of Peru, followed by Jamaica. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to begin by thanking the delegation of Finland for the refreshments, and we'd also like to express our thanks for the document and to note the performance of IMLI graduates continuing with enhancements to the maritime sector across the world. We'd also like to say that Peru's Maritime Authority currently has 2 lawyers who graduated from IMLI, and we'd like to again refer to the tremendous training program for lawyers, which plays a major role and makes a contribution to understanding and implementation of IMO instruments. We'd also like to express our congratulations to Professor Norman Martinez and his staff with all that they do and their commitments to the future of the international maritime sector. Thank you. Thank you, Peru. Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation wants to thank the delegation of Finland for hosting the coffee break. Jamaica would like to thank the director of IMLI for the report of the operations of IMLI over the 2023 period. We commend the work of IMLI under the leadership of Professor Martinez as it continues to serve the rule of international maritime law and support IMO's mandate. IMLI has produced a number of graduates from the Caribbean region, SIDS, and developing countries, and continues to build capacity in relation to lawyers and legislative drafters. Many of the findings under the IMSAS audits relate to the absence of implementing legislation, and IMLI therefore plays a key role in ensuring that this gap is addressed. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Government of Malta, Republic of Korea, and other donors who contribute in the form of scholarships and other financial support to IMLI. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Jamaica.
Thank you, Jamaica. The delegation of Malaysia, followed by Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malaysia thanks the Director of IMLI for the report on the operation of the IMO International Maritime Law Institute during 2023. We acknowledge the valuable role IMLI plays in promoting maritime law education and enhancing the legal capacities of member states, particularly in developing regions. Malaysia takes note of the budget performance and future projection, and Malaysia support efforts to ensure IMLI's continued sustainability and impact. We encourage the further investment in scholarships and training opportunities to make maritime law education more accessible, especially for countries with fewer resources. Malaysia reaffirmed its commitment to provide sustained support to IMLI, encompassing both financial contribution and in-kind assistance, in displaying our commitments towards creating and nurturing more professionals in maritime. Malaysia will continue our financial support to IMLI in the form of grant for student scholarship. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias a Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. The delegation of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Bangladesh thanks Finland for the coffee break. This delegation thanks the Secretary General for the submission of the document C133/11B and thanks Mr. Martinez for presenting the principal outcome of the Institute during 2023. The delegation of Bangladesh notes with appreciation the successful gender balance in both the cases of staff and student intake. This delegation also finds it encouraging to note that the Institute's programs have been offered to more than 150 countries. In regard to the financial matters, this delegation expresses its appreciation to the Institute's continuous financial stability. In this context, this delegation thanks donors for their contributions. In concluding, this delegation joins all others expresses its appreciation to the host government of Malta for its continuing financial support and for making available the premises for the Institute. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de.
Thank you to the delegation of Bangladesh. Morocco, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. We'd like to begin by thanking Finland for the tea break, and we would also like to thank the Director of IMLI, and we'd like to thank Director Martinez for his report. We welcome the work done by IMLI on capacity building of member states, particularly with regard to international maritime law, and think that IMLI plays an important role in responding to the various problems and shortfalls that may be spotted by IMSAS. Thank you, Morocco. I see no further requests for the floor by council members, so we can turn now to observers and begin with the delegation of Palau.
Thank you, Chair, to give me the floor. First of all, this delegation would like to join with the condolences to all who have affected to the last weather flooding, especially Spain, your country. Let me also thank all the delegation for the refreshment offered during the Council. Back to the matter in hand, this delegation and as of several states would like to support the actions carried out by the Director Martinez of International Maritime Law Institute and his team with wide appreciation for the work done for development of the maritime knowledge and expertise worldwide. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Palau.
Thank you, Palau. Having heard those remarks, I take it that Council takes note of the report on key elements of the 2023 operations of the Institute, including financial information on its budget and future projections, as presented in document C13311B, and the IMLI annual report. Secondly, expresses its appreciation to the Government of Malta and all the donors who contributed through financial and in-kind support to the Institute. Thirdly, urges once more Member States to take action so as to enable recognition under their national legislation of the degrees conferred by the Institute, and to that end, keep the organisation and the Institute informed of developments. And fourthly and finally, strongly urges Member States, intergovernmental and non-governmental organisations and the industry to continue to support the Institute either by direct contributions to its operating budget, scholarship financing, equipment donation, or through any other assistance pursuant to Resolution A 934/22 on sustainable financial support for the IMO International Maritime Law Institute. If there is no objection, it is so decided.
Vamos a considerar el apartado A del punto 11 de nuestro orden.
I now invite Council's attention to Agenda Item 11 on IMO's on IMO's World Maritime University, the WMU. And we have C13311A.
En el que se informa
with information on the university. Council is invited to note that, in accordance with the WMU Charter, the University's Board of Governors is required to report annually to the Council through the Secretary-General on the work of the university. And on the university's budget as approved by its Board of Governors. And in this respect, I'd like to remind the Council that the university publishes each year an integrated annual report publication covering in detail the activities of the university in the preceding calendar year. The annual report for 2023 can be found on the WMU website, and the link has been given in the document. So I'd now like to invite the President of WMU, Professor Max Mejia, to address Council.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the delegations who have generously sponsored coffee breaks, lunch, and evening reception. Document C13311A reports on key elements of the university's operations during 2023. In addition to the information on the annual report, which is published on the university's website, this document contains some detailed information on the following. First, academic matters, programs offered by the university, recognition of the degrees conferred by the university, partnerships with academic institutions, and research projects and consultancies. Second, enrollments and graduates, total number of enrollments and graduates in 2022-2023 per each full-time program, total number of graduates since the establishment of the university, percentage of female graduates in 2023, and number of participants in different short courses offered by the university in 2023. Third, financial matters, operational revenue, expenditure, and surplus in 2023, the total balance of the general fund reserve and the three other funds that contribute to the university's financial sustainability, the trending budget for the year 2024, and the initial budget for the year 2025. The university continues to benefit from dedicated donors and partners. who contribute to our operational budget, student fellowships, and field study opportunities for our students. Thanks in particular to the government of Sweden and the city of Malmö for hosting the university and providing all of the premises and facilities necessary for efficiently running our academic programs. Chair, allow me to use this opportunity to appeal to the Council member states to consider providing financial support to the university. Your contributions will strengthen the university's financial sustainability and provide valuable opportunities for developing country nationals, particularly from SIDS and LDCs, to pursue studies at the university. The university's success has a significant impact on the development of these countries. Finally, yet importantly, I sincerely thank the Secretary General, who serves concurrently as Chancellor of the University, as well as colleagues in the IMO Secretariat for their immense support in advancing the University towards its goals and the vision to inspire leadership and innovation for a sustainable maritime and oceans future. Your unending support is much appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, señor Mejía.
Thank you very much, Professor Mejia, for the presentation of the key outcomes of the university's operations in 2023 and for this update provided to Council. So I would now like to open the floor for comments.
Delegación de Chile, seguida de...
Delegation of Chile, followed by Sweden. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank Finland for the coffee break. And we'd also like to thank the Secretary General and the President of WMU for the information provided, and also Professor Mejia for that comprehensive information just introduced. We'd like to thank the Swedish government for welcoming this institute and its students so warmly. It is, of course, as an organisation, something that belongs to us all. In our case, we make great efforts to be donors to the WMU and continue to intend to continue with this. In fact, just a few days ago, we received a group of 14 students under the Maritime Law and Policy programme to our country. We do this because we are convinced of the value for maritime administration of having highly trained staff such as WMU graduates. In our case, since 1985, more than 50 Chilean students have graduated from the university, and over time they've become an essential pillar of support for our national administration and a real asset which have allowed us to provide technical cooperation. But there's no doubt that the greatest value which we see in the WMU is that it's a very important pathway for young people trying to find their place and make their contribution in this challenging maritime world. You may recall the Secretary General and Head of Technical Cooperation we were referring to young people who are trying to let their sails fill, aiming for their captaincy, as was explained so well by a former graduate in her graduation ceremony from the WMU in her speech. And if there were any doubt, then I would call on you all to listen to that very inspiring speech. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chile. Sweden, followed by Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair, and many thanks to Finland for the glögg and the homemade cookies. Sweden would like to extend our support and appreciation for the work done by the World Maritime University during 2023. Undoubtedly, the university has an important role to play in fulfilling the mission and the objectives of the IMO by building global capacity and provide proficient input to different research projects relevant for the international shipping. Sweden's commitment to the WMU is firm, and we thank those member states and organizations that have supported the university during 2023, in particular those that have decided to recognize the status of the WMU by recognizing its degrees. We also extend our thanks to the President, Mr. Mejia, and his dedicated staff whose commitment is decisive for the success of the university. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Suecia.
Thank you, Sweden. The delegation of Saudi Arabia, followed by Peru.
Thank you, Chair. Since the signature of the MOU between Saudi Arabia and WMU in 2023, our relationship has only deepened. To date, there are some 60 WMU graduates from Saudi Arabia, most of whom have been supported by governmental departments within Saudi Arabia, and that is to further develop their understanding of maritime affairs, forging their futures as leaders in this industry. I would like to thank the government of Sweden, and I'd like to thank IMO and the other members that support WMU. I would also like to thank Professor Mejia, and we would like to reiterate our continued commitment to supporting WMU in any way we can. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Arabia Saudí.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. The Peru, followed by the Republic of Korea. Thank you. So our delegation would like to express its thanks for document C13311A from the Secretary General on the key elements of the functioning of the WMU in 2023, including financial information and future forecasts. We would note that our administration makes great efforts to assist the WMU and to ensure that requirements from maritime industry in general are met. In the case of our country, every 2 years we send an officer from the Maritime Authority, which helps to strengthen our sector with competent professionals whose talents are recognized and qualifications are recognized by national standards. And we believe that we have a member on the board of the prestigious university, and in June of next year, Peru will host academic meeting. And we are working on a timetable currently, a program of activities with fieldwork, which we hope will substantially assist with professional training. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Peru. The Republic of Korea, followed by the Philippines.
First, the Republic of Korea extends its profound appreciation to the Board of Governors and all those involved in the management of the WMU for their dedication. As a premier educational institution established to develop expertise in the international maritime sector, WMU consistently produces future leaders who will shape the maritime industry, underscoring its illuminant importance. Recognizing this significance, the Republic of Korea supports WMU alumni by recognizing WMU degrees domestically, thereby enabling the alumni to actively contribute to the maritime sector. The Republic of Korea has continuously committed to sustaining its collaboration with WMU. Currently, numerous member states are offering various forms of support for WMU, and this delegation believes that continued attention and contribution from member states are essential for cultivating top-tier talents in the maritime field. The Republic of Korea will further solidify its partnership with WMU and continue its support to nurture more skilled professionals in the international maritime sector. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, República de Corea.
Thank you, Korea. Philippines, followed by Germany.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the WMU President for the report. As of 2023, the total number of WMU graduates from the Philippines is 223 out of more or less 6,000 graduates of the university, where most are currently holding crucial maritime administration roles. We continue to send our future maritime leaders to WMU, and we continue to thank the government of Sweden, IMO, and other sponsors for continuously providing fellowships to Filipino students. The Philippines is an excellent example of the fulfillment of WMU's capacity-building missions. Considering that the Philippines is an archipelagic state composed of more than 7,000 islands, we rely heavily on maritime transport, both for transporting people and cargo. Filipino graduates return to the Philippines to fulfill government duties. Among the Philippine alumni that assumed high roles in the government is the current president of the World Maritime University and the former administrator of the Maritime Industry Authority. The Philippine Coast Guard has been headed by a number of WMU graduates, and the Maritime Industry Authority is currently headed by a WMU alumnus. This proves the excellence of the maritime institution in producing maritime industry leaders. The Philippines, through the Philippine Coast Guard, sponsors a student to WMU as part of the agency's unwavering commitment to capacitate its personnel in the performance of their duties and responsibilities as Coast Guard officer. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Filipinas.
Thank you, Philippines. Germany, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to thank Finland for the delicious coffee break. Germany has been a long-standing sponsor and supporter of the WMU and likes to inform the committee that we are financing through fellowships 4 female students from Africa for this year class. We thank for the report and welcome the development of the WMU in 2023, especially the huge amount of research projects WMU was involved and the outlook for future projects set out in it. Special thanks to the WMU employees, especially the professors, for the work they have done. The fact cannot be overestimated that both the change in the office of president from Dr. Doumbia Henry to Professor Max Mejia went just as smoothly as the transition from Kita Klim to Arsenio Dominguez in the office of Chancellor of the University. Our best wishes to all for the future. Germany continues to offer its support. Thank you.
Gracias, Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. Canada, followed by Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. And Canada thanks Finland for the delicious mulled wine and goodies at break. Canada would like to thank the World Maritime University for their excellent work throughout 2023 and the leadership of Professor Mejia. Canada enjoys a strong relationship with the World Maritime University, and we are proud to continue to fund the Canadian Chair in Marine Environmental Protection. We would encourage support for this excellent maritime institution as they contribute to the professional development of the marine sector. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. Malaysia, followed by Norway.
Malasia, ¿puede volver a solicitar?
Malaysia, could you request the floor again?
No, it's okay.
Please go ahead.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malaysia thanks the President of World Maritime University for the report on the operation of the World Maritime Universities during 2023. We commend the university's contribution to advancing maritime education and capacity building globally, particularly in developing countries. In fact, myself come from World Maritime University. Malaysia note with the interest the budget performance and future projection presented in the report. Malaysia supports continue efforts to ensure World Maritime University's financial sustainability while maintaining the high standard of its programs. We also encourage further investment in scholarship and training opportunities, particularly for the countries with limited resources, to promote a more inclusive approach to maritime education. Malaysia reaffirmed its commitment to provide sustained support to World Maritime University and composing both financial contribution and in-kind assistance. In displaying our commitment toward creating and nurturing more professionals in maritime, Malaysia will continue our financial support to the World Maritime University in the form of grant for student scholarships. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Malaysia. Norway, followed by Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, we would like to thank Finland for the delicious cookies and mulled wine. We would like to thank the President of the WMU, Professor Max Mejia, for the information provided. And we would like to congratulate him for concluding yet another successful year for the university and the students. As well as being an exceptional teaching and research facility, providing the member states with many of our future maritime leaders, the WMU is a great resource for the IMO, as well as for the member states. Being a partner in projects with the IMO, the WMU is facilitating the achievement of important goals set by this organization. We would like to take this opportunity to particularly commend the university for their key role in the development of the successful e-learning courses for the IMO. And finally, Chair, we thank all the donors for the contributions to the WMU, and a special thanks goes to the Government of Sweden and the City of Malmö for hosting the WMU. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Noruega.
Thank you, Norway. Indonesia to be followed by Japan.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to also thank Finland for the refreshing coffee break. Distinguished delegates, at this particular opportunity, my delegation wishes to express our gratitude for the opportunities given to the Indonesian officials, including myself and other officials attending this meeting, that have been studied in the World Maritime University and International Maritime Law Institute. Along the years, the graduates of both institutions have achieved their greatest potential in the maritime field and have greatly contributed to the development of Indonesian maritime fields. We would like to further convey our utmost gratitude to the government of Malta and the government of Sweden for hosting both excellent institutions, and to the donors, namely Nippon Foundation as well as other donors, for their continuous support to the Indonesian officials. As one of the biggest archipelagic states, Indonesia is of the view that the continuous support from IMO for World Maritime University and International Maritime Law Institute, the two institutions could further enhance the capabilities and capacities of IMO members officials in various maritime fields as important effort to fulfill the international standard. Hopefully, IMO's tremendous support for the member state, particularly to Indonesia, will continue in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Indonesia. Japan, followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. First, we thank the delegation of Finland for hosting a very wonderful coffee break with their warm hospitality and warm drink. Japan thanks the President, Professor Mejia, for the explanation just made and his leadership in WMU. Using this opportunity, we also would like to extend our appreciation to Professor Martinez for his leadership in IMRI's work, as we wanted to address both important institutions' activities together. Japan highly values both WMU and IMRI's activities. Particularly in recent years, WMU has played a pivotal role not only in human resource development, which is, of course, crucial for our sustainable future, but also in research projects in the maritime field, supporting the policy developments in the IMO, such as policies to address climate change and to protect
the recognition by the relevant South African authorities of the credentials of the university. And that brings us to the end of the list of requests for the floor. So having heard the comments made, I would propose that the Council firstly takes note of the report on key elements of the 2023 operations of the university, including financial information on its budget and future projections, as presented in document C13311A and the annual report of the university. Secondly, expresses its appreciation to the government of Sweden and all of the donors who contributed through financial and in-kind support to the university. Thirdly, urges once more member states to take action so as to enable recognition under their national legislation of the degrees conferred by the university, and to that end keep the organisation and the university informed of development. And fourthly, strongly urges member states, intergovernmental and non-governmental organisations and industry to continue to support the university, either by direct contributions to its operating budget, scholarship financing, equipment donation, or through any other assistance, pursuant to Resolution A93322 on sustainable financial support for the World Maritime University. There being no objections, it is so decided. And that concludes item 11 on our agenda. And we still have a few minutes to begin the introduction of the next item on our agenda, which is item 6, relating to the consolidated text of the IMO Convention. And in that regard, a document has been put forward, C1336, and I'd like to ask the Secretary General to introduce this document. Thank you, Chair. The Council will recall that Council 132 considered a draft consolidated text of the IMO Convention in the 6 official languages, document C1297, emanating from Assembly Resolution A1152-32 from the Assembly. Council 132 agreed with the editorial corrections proposed in the draft text, and that the Arabic, Chinese, and Russian versions of the consolidated text shall become authentic texts upon the entry into force of the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention. Having noted that discrepancies remain in the Arabic and Chinese text of the draft consolidated text, the Council requested the Secretariat to coordinate with interested member states in the intersessional period to address those discrepancies and to consider how to address the introduction of gender-neutral language to the Convention. In this regard, the Secretariat and interested member states held extensive consultations in the intersessional period, the outcome of which is set out in the annex to document C1336. The Council is invited to approve the draft Assembly resolution on the consolidated text of the IMO Convention as set out in the annex of the document. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. It's practically 5:30, which is the time to conclude our sitting. So in order not to extend beyond the timetable we have, I would ask any comments on the introduction from the Secretary General to be given tomorrow morning when we resume. With regard of organising work for tomorrow, we will continue with item 6 and then move on to 7 on enhancement of multilingualism. And once we've concluded 7, we'll continue with the rest of our agenda as provided, or as planned rather, for Wednesday, in line with the provisional timetable. So I wish you a pleasant evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.